at gunpoint with extreme brutality and with acts of torture, such as beatings and strangling. Perpetrators at times threatened to kill the victim or her family if she resisted. In some cases, more than one soldier raped the same victim, or rape of the same victim was committed several times. In one incident, the victim was pregnant and begged in vain the soldiers to spare her. She had a miscarriage a few days later. Perpetrators also, in some instances, executed or tortured husbands and other male relatives. Family members, including children, were sometimes forced to watch perpetrators rape their loved ones. That is not a quote from a Ukrainian official. That is not the position or information of the Ukrainian government. That is the quote from the report by the United Nations, the report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, released yesterday in Geneva. On the night of the Russian invasion started, and you were present here, some of you, I said at the Security Council meeting that there is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell. Today, I would like to say that those of them who will remain alive after the military defeat of Russia will have to make a stop in The Hague on their way to hell. We applaud the ICC decision to issue arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova over forcible transfer of Ukrainian children. This is a step of historical importance and a powerful signal for the entire world that accountability is imminent. Punishment is inevitable for every criminal, and once upon a time, Putin and his accomplices will find themselves in the docks. Thank you.
What do you say to any country that President Putin tries to visit? I mean, what should they do?
He's supposed to go to South Africa.
Well, I will remind the government of the South African Republic that it is a party to the ICC, and I will also remind them to revisit and to reread the opinion of the International Criminal Court of the previous cases of the travels of the VIPs who were traveling under the arrest warrants.
What would you say to countries who are still maintaining a neutral stance? India, Brazil.
That the children and grandchildren of the officials of those countries will go to school one day, and they will open the history textbooks, and they will be proud to find and to read in those textbooks that their parents and grandparents were on the right side of the history. Thank you.
Antonio. On dit ça. Ah, ça va. Oui, oui, on va le faire. Oui, oui. C'est très prenant. C'est pas comment ça fait.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to propose that we first engage in consultations, brief consultations, before we start the meeting. Is that agreeable to you? I hope that our exchange of views will be short, and then we will come back to the room and start our meeting and continue. Is that acceptable to you? Yes, I see there is agreement on that. Thank you so much for your understanding.
New York experience. Yes.
I wouldn't say the whole world.
It is. It is. Especially when you have your
the 9,286th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with the Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Denmark, Lithuania, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Martin Griffiths, Under Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I propose to invite Ms. Maria Daria Morozova to participate in this meeting. Would any member wish to comment on this proposal? Yes. I recognize the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States requests a procedural vote on the participation of Ms. Morozova as a proposed briefer for this meeting. We regret having to call this vote, given that the majority of council members already expressed serious concerns to the presidency yesterday and today. Let me be clear, the United States strongly supports civil society briefers who can share their relevant experience and expertise with the council. The perspectives of civil society participants are essential and they enrich this council's discussion. However, we must note that a certain council member proposed the addition of Ms. Morozova as, and I quote, an ombudsperson of the Donetsk People's Republic. Following the Russian Federation's attempt last year to illegally annex Ukraine's internationally recognized territory, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly adopted Resolution ESS/11/4. This resolution specifically called on all states and international organizations to not recognize any alteration of the status of the Donetsk region of Ukraine and to refrain from any dealings that might be interpreted as recognizing any such altered status. Consistent with that UN General Assembly resolution, it is not appropriate for the Council to invite in any capacity someone who purports to be the ombudsperson of the so-called Donetsk People's Republic. The invitation to this specific person is a blatant and transparent attempt to have the Council appear to legitimize the Russian Federation's illegal attempted annexation and to implicitly extend recognition to illegitimate authorities. Simply removing references to their positions or their titles does not alter this fact. Council members can and should draw their own conclusions about any attempts to draw reductionist parallels to other incomparable situations. We regret that a procedural vote is necessary. We call on all council members to act consistent with relevant UN General Assembly resolutions and not support the proposed briefer's participation in the meeting today. The United States will not support any attempt to legitimize the Russian Federation's illegal attempted annexation of another UN member state's territory and will therefore vote no and urge others to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, мы настаиваем на участии приглашенного нами брифера в сегодняшнем заседании. Наша делегация внесла предложение о приглашении Дарьи Морозовой, руководствуясь единственным соображением – дать Совету возможность получить из первых рук информацию о катастрофической гуманитарной ситуации в этом регионе, Донбассе, который был неразрывно связан с гуманитарной ситуацией на Украине. Жители Донбасса с 2014 года вынуждены выживать под бомбежками вооруженных сил Украины, терпеть лишения при полном отсутствии какой-либо реакции со стороны международного сообщества. Этот вопрос наши западные коллеги старательно обходят стороной в русле своей политики по обелению любых преступлений Киева, какими чудовищными они ни были. Предложенный нами докладчик, уроженка Донбасса, которая всю жизнь прожила в этом регионе и с 2014 года ведет активную гуманитарную деятельность, помогая своим соотечественникам, страдающим от агрессии Киева. Она занимается в том числе и обменом пленными. Раньше участвовала в работе контактной группы по выполнению Минских соглашений. И ее опыт и экспертиза уникальны. Дарья Морозова на ежедневной основе общается с простыми дончанами и готова поделиться наблюдениями, которые дадут Совету представление о реальной ситуации на земле. Исходим из того, что наш докладчик полностью соответствует критериям, сформулированным в правиле 39 временных правил процедуры Совета Безопасности. Предлагаем заслушать ее в личном качестве как гуманитарного активиста. Призываем членов Совета поддержать приглашение Дарьи Морозовой в качестве докладчика на сегодняшнее заседание. Вопреки утверждениям западных делегаций, ваша поддержка никоим образом не будет означать признание каких-либо международно-правовых реалий. Это абсолютно не связанный вопрос. Это в том числе и вопрос свободы слова. В данный момент речь идет лишь о приглашении компетентного докладчика в целях получения Советом дополнительной информации по гуманитарной ситуации, как это сформулировано в правиле 39. В противном случае сегодняшнее заседание станет очередным однобоким западным мероприятием, игнорирующим первопричины украинского кризиса. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this meeting is to draw attention of the Council to the dire humanitarian situation in Ukraine caused by Russia's aggression and flagrant transgression of international law. 3 resolutions of the General Assembly, adopted with an overwhelming majority of member states, have made it clear that Russian Federation is in blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law and is responsible for the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and beyond, that Russia should withdraw from Ukraine and respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The arrest warrant issued today by ICC against Russia's commander-in-chief only affirms this responsibility. It is clear, once again, that with the attitude of today, the Russian Federation is trying to do what it does best, divert the focus of the issues at hand, avoid responsibility by its action by creating smokescreen. This is yet another deplorable attempt to misuse the Council for narrow interests other than the raison d'etre of this body. Further, with the invitation, Russia is rubbing salt into the wound by inviting a representative of the so-called Donetsk People Republic in a desperate attempt to legitimize what can never be legitimized, the invasion and the annexation by force of a territory of another sovereign country. While reaffirming our unwavering commitment to giving unhindered access to civil society briefers in the work of the Council, we reiterate our position that the Russian Federation attitude is a deviation from this principle. To allow the participation of an illegal entity in the Council meeting would be a dangerous precedent. Hence, we do not consider the brief proposed by the Russian Federation competent to the purpose at hand, as stipulated in Rule 39 of the Security Council Provisional Rules of Procedure. Albania therefore opposes extending invitation by the Council to the additional briefer proposed by the Russian Federation, and we kindly ask the other member states of the Council to do the same. Vote no. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement. Distinguished members of the Council, in light of the comments made by the Council members, I propose to put to the vote the proposal to extend an invitation under Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure to Mrs. Daria Morozova in order to brief the Security Council on the agenda item, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. I shall put the proposal to the vote now. At the request of the Russian Federation, I will repeat what I said previously, and I quote myself. In light of the comments made by the Council members, I propose to put to the vote the proposal to extend an invitation under Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure to Ms. Daria Morozova in order to brief the Security Council on the agenda item maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation. Yes.
Mr. President, could you please specify which vote means what? Yes or no?
Those willing, those in favor of the proposal to extend an invitation will vote yes. Those against extending an invitation to Ms. Daria Morozova will vote no. Those abstaining will abstain. Is it clear? Shall we proceed? Okay. So we shall start now. Those against, sorry. Those in favor of extending the invitation, please raise their hand. Is that clear? Those against, abstentions. So the result of the voting is as follows. 4 votes in favor, 8 votes against, and 3 abstentions. The proposal to invite Ms. Daria Morozova has not been adopted. It having failed to obtain the required number of votes. I will give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, сожалеем, что ряд делегаций сегодня выступил против предложенного нами докладчика. Видим в этом проявление вопиющего лицемерия и двойных стандартов, когда представителям Донбасса, вот уже 9 лет страдающего от войны, развязанной против него Киевом, отказывают под надуманными предлогами в праве выступить перед Советом Безопасности. Это только подтверждает, что вы не считаете жителей Донбасса за людей, и вам наплевать на их страдания. Наши западные коллеги боятся, что если голоса правды пробьют себе дорогу, все их усилия по обелению их подопечных в Киеве пойдут прахом. В попытках этого избежать они идут на любые процедурные уловки, ведут мелочную, нечистоплотную игру. Выглядит это, прямо скажем, недостойно. Хочу подчеркнуть, что мы никогда до такого не опускались. Когда наши западные коллеги предложили докладчика на заседании по русофобии, которое мы созвали, мы не возражали, хотя его так называемый брифинг был переполнен ложью и традиционным западным нарративом. Никакого конструктивного вклада в дискуссию он в итоге не внес. Произошедшее сегодня с Дарьей Морозовой повод для нас задуматься о том, как мы будем рассматривать запросы от наших коллег по правилу 39 в будущем. Наша американская коллега сказала, что выслушивать докладчиков от непризнанных территорий – это недопустимо и является нарушением резолюций. А вот, например, приглашение в Совет представителей Косово – это явное нарушение резолюции 1244 Совета Безопасности. Будем учитывать принципиальную позицию наших американских коллег по этому поводу. Иначе мы увидим очередные двойные стандарты от Соединенных Штатов. Сожалеем, что работа Совета в очередной раз стала заложником недобросовестного поведения западной делегации, открыто преследующих свои конъюнктурные интересы. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be very brief, but I regret to take the floor again, but after having heard the Russian delegation, I need just to put the record straight, because it is very important. Comparing the two realities that have nothing, absolutely nothing in common is absolutely artificial. The prefabricated so-called Donetsk Republic, a territory of Ukraine, illegally annexed by Russia, and the Republic of Kosovo have absolutely nothing in common. It is regrettably not the first time, but when you are in so much dry, you try. Do I need to remind our Russian colleagues that ICJ issued an advisory opinion stating that the Declaration of Independence of Kosovo adopted in 2008 did not violate the international law? The very World Court that has also issued another opinion in March last year, and we know why. Do I need to remind our Russian colleagues that Kosovo's international recognition is well established, including among many around this table, while the so-called DPR and LPR are territories annexed by force and exist only in the Russian plans and dreams? And finally, I do not need to remind our Russian colleagues that Kosovo and Serbia come here together, and they are negotiating to find mutually agreed solutions to common problems, not with bombs, but with words, not with war, but with dialogue. This is the big difference as well. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, я только что выслушал страстные выступления своего албанского коллеги в отношении присутствия Сербии на заседаниях по резолюции 1244 мы не имеем ничего против. Но я хочу задать ему вопрос, и, возможно, он решится ответить об этом здесь, в этом зале. Скажите, вы считаете Косово признанной ООН территорией?
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. Excellencies, distinguished members of the Council, in accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Martin Griffiths. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, thank you very much. When I spoke to this council about the situation in Ukraine last month, I highlighted the humanitarian impact of the full-scale war a year since it started. I spoke then of the death, destruction, and hardship it has inflicted and continues so to do upon the people of Ukraine. I shared facts about the casualties caused, the families bereaved, homeless, and destitute, that 2 out of every 5 people in Ukraine are in need of assistance to survive. The people forced to flee, including more than 8 million refugees in neighboring countries. But Mr. President, today, if you allow me, I want to focus on the reverberations around the world of this war, a world already reeling before that date in February from multiple shocks, hunger, conflict, COVID, climate emergency, the cost of living crisis. Mr. President, the war has had very significant implications for global food insecurity. As we all know, both the Russian Federation and Ukraine are leading suppliers of key food commodities. And in addition, the Russian Federation is also a top exporter of fertilizer. The world relies on these supplies and has done so for many years. And so does the United Nations in its help for those in need. The World Food Programme sources much of the wheat for the global humanitarian response each year from Ukraine. Last February, when shipping operations were suspended from Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea, the ripple effects were immediate. By March, following uninterrupted increases from the second half of 2020, global food prices had reached record highs. The price of fertilizer has been impacted gravely and remains still over 200 times higher than in 2019. In lower income countries, some small farmers found themselves priced out of the market. Reversing these trends, as we may all remember, was a matter of urgency for the international community. Hence the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the parallel memorandum of understanding between the Russian Federation and the United Nations on the facilitation in this second agreement of Russian food and fertilizer exports. The signing of those agreements was a critical step in the broader fight against global food insecurity, especially in developing countries. As a result, markets have been calmed, and yet global food prices have indeed continued to fall. Under the Black Sea Grain Initiative, close to 25 million metric tons of foodstuffs have been safely exported without incident from Ukraine since August. The World Food Programme has been able to transport more than 500,000 metric tons of wheat to support humanitarian operations in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen. And right now, the United Nations, under the leadership of our Secretary General, is doing everything possible to make sure that that Black Sea Grain Initiative can continue. We continue to engage closely with all parties. This week, foodstuffs have continued to be transported out of Ukraine through those maritime humanitarian corridors and under the oversight of that agreement's Joint Coordination Center in Istanbul. On the parallel memorandum of understanding with the Russian Federation, my colleague, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Grainspan, and the UN Secretary General himself are together sparing no effort to facilitate its full implementation. We have indeed made meaningful progress. Impediments remain, however, notably with regard to payment systems. There is more to do, and our efforts to overcome these remaining impediments will continue, Mr. President, unabated. It is vital for global food security that both of these agreements continue and should be fully implemented. Mr. President, the world faces an unstable global economy. Poverty is growing. And when we look at where we want to be, the targets we set out in the Sustainable Development Goals, it is so clear that we are way off track. The scale of humanitarian needs, as discussed frequently in this chamber, Mr. President, has vastly outpaced the resources available to meet those needs. Globally, almost 347 million people in 69 countries need humanitarian aid. A statistic so dire, it hardly bears repetition. An unprecedented $54 billion is required this year to meet these needs, and millions will suffer if we fail to do that. In 2022, member states made significant financial efforts, to meet the growth in needs, as total humanitarian funding, the generosity of many, many member states, reached a historic high of just under $39 billion. We cannot be certain if this level of financing can be achieved this year, while it is simultaneously clear that we need even more support than that from member states, from the public, from a generous humanity, so that we can deliver on that most sacred promise to protect the vulnerable and to provide a future for them and their families. We also need closer collaboration between humanitarian and development communities and international financial institutions. Together, we must seek sustainable solutions, the provision of basic services which can be relied on by families across nations. Sustainable solutions to the problems before us, to those spiraling humanitarian needs to which I have referred, to the debt crisis, to the convergence of other problems on the horizon. I name but one, Somalia, of which we have often spoken in this chamber, faces an extraordinary and unprecedented and tragic failure of a sixth season. More than ever, in this context, do we need a political solution to the war in Ukraine? The people of Ukraine deserve peace, first and foremost. They deserve to turn the page on this terrible war, as do we all. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank Mr. Griffiths for his briefing. I will now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente. Antes de referirme al tema de fondo que nos convoca a esta reunión, quisiera dejar claramente establecido que el Ecuador votó en contra de la propuesta de incluir como expositora informativa a la señora Morozova, tomando en cuenta el pedido original de la Federación de Rusia de que participe en una capacidad institucional de una autoproclamada República Popular que mi país no reconoce ni reconocerá. Más aún, con su voto, el Ecuador ha facilitado la implementación de la resolución ES 11/4 del 11º periodo extraordinario de sesiones de emergencia de la Asamblea General, convocada por decisión del propio Consejo de Seguridad con la resolución 2623 de 27 de febrero de 2022. El voto del Ecuador no prejuzga nuestra posición de apertura para la inclusión de expositores y expositoras diversos por parte de delegaciones interesadas, indistintamente de su origen o posición política y, por supuesto, incluyendo de cualquier territorio bajo ocupación total o parcial. Señor presidente, agradezco al secretario general adjunto de Asuntos Humanitarios y coordinador de Socorro de Emergencia, señor Martin Griffiths, por su exposición informativa. Agradezco también la más valiosa labor de OCHA y su equipo en el terreno. El 6 de febrero, en la sesión informativa sobre la situación humanitaria en Ucrania, el Ecuador concluyó su intervención reconociendo la contribución de la iniciativa del grano del Mar Negro para aliviar las consecuencias globales de inseguridad alimentaria. En esa ocasión, llamamos a que este Consejo reitere su respaldo a las labores del secretario general y lo cristalice de manera efectiva. Consideramos que la renovación de la misma debe ser automática y sin trabas, al igual que su implementación. Hoy, a 24 horas de cumplirse el término de 120 días previsto para la extensión del acuerdo, quiero enfocarme en este punto central, haciéndome eco de las palabras del secretario general Antonio Guterres, quien consideró a la iniciativa del grano como un faro de esperanza, de posibilidad y de alivio. En la sesión del 17 de marzo de 2022, hace exactamente un año, la secretaria general adjunta Di Carlo alertó de las consecuencias que el conflicto ya tenía ese momento sobre el mundo y con mayor dureza sobre las personas pobres al haber interrumpido cadenas de suministro, llevando el índice de precios de alimentos de la FAO al nivel más alto de la historia. Como sede de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO en Quito, en marzo del año pasado, el Ecuador puede asegurar que en ese momento y ahora sigue siendo una preocupación fundamental para América Latina y el Caribe el impacto de esta guerra por fuera de las fronteras del país agredido. Si bien las exportaciones de cereales no constituyen por sí solas operaciones de ayuda alimentaria, siguen teniendo un rol vital en el alivio de la inseguridad alimentaria y, por tanto, en la situación humanitaria en varias regiones del mundo. Dentro de esta tragedia como es la guerra, la implementación de la iniciativa del grano ha funcionado para salvar millones de vidas del hambre, en particular en las zonas frágiles, al haber estabilizado los precios, conforme lo ha confirmado en reiteradas ocasiones la FAO o incluso la Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre Comercio y Desarrollo. A esto debemos agregar el impacto que tiene en el marco de las operaciones del Programa Mundial de Alimentos, con beneficios para niñas y niños en Afganistán, Yemen, Somalia o Etiopía, por mencionar pocos ejemplos. Esto no debe interrumpirse ni se debe afectar las capacidades del PMA. Conocemos que en estos días está previsto que 3 embarcaciones del Programa Mundial de Alimentos recojan 80,000 toneladas métricas de trigo en medio de la incertidumbre que suscita el proceso de prórroga del acuerdo, a pesar de que el texto de este suponía una mayor automaticidad. Señor presidente, estamos a tan solo 2 meses de conmemorar el 5º aniversario de la resolución 2417, con la cual este Consejo instó a todas las partes a garantizar el buen funcionamiento de los sistemas y los mercados de alimentación en situaciones de conflicto armado. Con esa misma resolución, el Consejo recordó el vínculo existente entre los conflictos armados y la inseguridad alimentaria e insistió a todas las partes a proteger a los civiles y los bienes necesarios para la producción y distribución de alimentos. El Ecuador insiste, por tanto, en la necesidad de respetar los sistemas de alimentos y de abastecimiento de agua y recuerda la prohibición que existe de atacar, destruir, sustraer o inutilizar los bienes indispensables para la supervivencia de la población civil, incluyendo bienes agrícolas y las cosechas. Por otro lado, no nos sorprende, pero sí nos preocupan los hallazgos publicados por la FAO en diciembre pasado sobre el impacto de esta guerra sobre la agricultura y los medios de subsistencia rurales en Ucrania, con decenas de miles de millones de pérdidas para los hogares, destrucción de maquinaria y equipo, instalaciones de almacenamiento, cultivos, insumos y tierras agrícolas. Señor presidente, el Ecuador deplora que en lo que va de este 2023 hayan continuado de manera recurrente los ataques contra infraestructura crítica, civil, incluyendo energética. Finalmente, y de manera preliminar, deseo expresar la más grave preocupación de mi delegación por el contenido del informe de la Comisión Internacional Independiente de Investigación sobre Ucrania, establecido por la Resolución 49/1 del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, distribuido ayer y que refleja las más crueles violaciones y abusos de los derechos humanos y las más atroces violaciones del derecho internacional humanitario. El Ecuador no se cansará de reiterar que nada exime a las partes en conflicto de cumplir con las obligaciones que derivan de los convenios de Ginebra de 1949 y del resto de instrumentos núcleo del derecho internacional humanitario. Concluyo recordando que ayer se cumplió exactamente un año desde que la Corte Internacional de Justicia ordenó a la Federación de Rusia que suspenda de inmediato las operaciones militares en Ucrania. Insistimos, por tanto, que se cumpla la orden de la Corte. Gracias, presidente.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of La France.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie M. Griffith pour son exposé. L'agression russe contre l'Ukraine est menée en violation des principes fondamentaux de la Charte des Nations Unies et de tous les traités protégeant les civils. L'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies a de nouveau condamné cette agression de manière franche et massive le 23 février dernier. Depuis un an, des millions d'Ukrainiennes et d'Ukrainiens sont victimes des exactions commises par les forces armées russes et leurs supplétifs de Wagner. Ils ont tué, blessé des milliers de civils, torturé et violé, forcé des millions de personnes à quitter leur foyer, déporté des enfants, ciblé de manière délibérée les infrastructures civiles, dont les écoles, les hôpitaux et les infrastructures énergétiques. Les Nations unies ont documenté ces violations massives du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme. La France prend acte des mandats d'arrêt autorisés aujourd'hui par les juges de la Cour pénale internationale à la demande du bureau du procureur contre le président Vladimir Poutine et la commissaire russe pour les droits de l'enfant Maria Lvova-Belova. La Cour estime qu'il existe suffisamment d'éléments pour établir leur implication dans la déportation et le transfert d'enfants ukrainiens. La Russie a cherché à affaiblir la résistance du peuple ukrainien, en particulier alors que le pays entrait dans l'hiver. 18 millions de personnes ont aujourd'hui besoin d'une assistance humanitaire. Malgré cela, la population ukrainienne continue de montrer une détermination et un courage admirable. Pour la soutenir, nous avons organisé la conférence solidaire du peuple ukrainien à Paris le 13 décembre dernier, qui a permis de mobiliser plus d'1 milliard d'euros pour répondre à ces besoins urgents. La Russie doit permettre l'accès des acteurs humanitaires aux populations civiles en conformité avec le droit international humanitaire. Les responsables d'exactions devront rendre des comptes devant les juridictions ukrainiennes et la Cour pénale internationale, dont nous soutenons les enquêtes. Monsieur le Président, l'agression russe contre l'Ukraine a sur le monde des répercussions négatives considérables, dont la Russie porte seule la responsabilité. En s'attaquant aux infrastructures agricoles ukrainiennes et en restreignant les exportations maritimes, elle cherche à instrumentaliser les vulnérabilités de certains pays tiers aux fluctuations des cours ou à l'approvisionnement en céréales. Pour limiter l'aggravation de l'insécurité alimentaire et de la malnutrition mondiale due à l'agression de l'Ukraine par la Russie, le secrétaire général des Nations Unies a permis la conclusion en juillet dernier de l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire. Celle-ci a produit les effets attendus. Le secrétaire général l'a rappelé lundi dernier. L'indice FAO des prix alimentaires, qui avait atteint des niveaux records en mars 2022, a diminué sur 10 mois consécutifs. Depuis sa signature, l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire a permis l'exportation de plus de 24 millions de tonnes de céréales. 55% de ces exportations étaient destinées aux pays en développement. Il ne doit pas y avoir de chantage sur la prolongation de l'initiative. Les exportations maritimes de céréales ukrainiennes doivent se poursuivre sans entrave afin de lutter contre l'insécurité alimentaire dans le monde. Nous saluons à cet égard l'engagement du secrétaire général et la contribution de la Turquie. La France continuera par ailleurs de se mobiliser avec ses partenaires européens pour la mise en œuvre des corridors de solidarité qui ont permis l'exportation par voies fluviales et terrestres de plus de 29 millions de tonnes de céréales et autres produits alimentaires. Elle salue aussi les dons de céréales par l'Ukraine dans le cadre de l'initiative Grain from Ukraine, à laquelle nous avons contribué. Monsieur le Président, face à cette agression, aux conséquences insupportables sur les populations civiles, l'appui humanitaire, mais aussi militaire et financier de la France à l'Ukraine se poursuivra aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra. Nous continuerons de déployer les efforts nécessaires aux côtés de l'Ukraine pour parvenir à la paix. C'est le sens de notre soutien au plan de paix présenté par le président Zelensky lors du sommet du G20, qui constitue un chemin vers une paix juste et durable en Ukraine. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to join others in thanking Undersecretary General Griffiths for his informative briefing today. We support his strong message on the ripple effects of this conflict across the globe. The war in Ukraine does not exist in a vacuum. Food insecurity is just one way the conflict manifests on the global stage, and it becomes a greater threat with each passing moment. We are meeting in this chamber the day before the expiration of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, one of the few successes amidst the tragedy of this war. For the purposes of today's discussion, I will focus on the immediate humanitarian needs worldwide that Martin Griffiths has just outlined. Let's remember why the initiative is so important, the good it has done, and why we support its full renewal. Looking back at the outset of the conflict last year, a spike in food prices threatened to send tens of millions into extreme poverty around the world. Within a week, prices of wheat futures had jumped almost 60%. As the global humanitarian system struggles to respond to the overwhelming need around the world, it is forced to contend with the further strain of these price rises. All of this taking place against the backdrop of an already stressed post-pandemic global economy. But there is cause for some hope. The impact on global markets has been cushioned by the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The UN estimates that the reduction of prices for staple foods as a result of the BSGI has indirectly prevented some 100 million people from falling into extreme poverty. 24 million tons of grain and over 1,600 secure vessel voyages have made it through the Black Sea thanks to the agreement, and 55% of these food exports are going to developing countries. These movements represent more than simply the grain being shipped. Injecting more food into the global market brings down food prices, and so even though exports may not be going only to the poorest countries, They are benefiting global market prices positively for all, and they need to be preserved. As such, we strongly support the Secretary General's and Turkey's continued engagement with Russia and Ukraine to ensure its full renewal and address any issues that impede its implementation. We also note that relevant international humanitarian law obligations regarding civilian vessels remain in force, even if the BSGI lapses. The UAE urges the full implementation of the MOU on Russian fertilizers and food products also. We encourage good faith efforts to address any ongoing issues related to insurance, financial, and logistical infrastructure, and we stand ready to support this in any way. Yet, even if implemented in full, the contagion effect of war will continue to affect agriculture. Blackouts across Ukraine, financial constraints for Ukraine's farmers, and once fertile land that now sits fallow all contribute to a new, more difficult reality for food production. In 2021, Ukraine saw record levels of grain harvested. Within just 1 year, that was estimated to drop more than 40%. And areas available to grow corn have fallen by 30% since the outset of war. Energy is another area that has been thrown into turmoil as a result of the ripple effects of this conflict. The UAE remains committed to working with the international community on this and to be a responsible partner. Mr. President, even though the negative impacts of the war extend far beyond this conflict, they cannot compare to the dismal humanitarian situation on the ground. The impact on children in Ukraine alone is horrifying. Every day this conflict goes on, more children are exposed to the risk of injury and death. We underline the absolute importance of the protection of children in armed conflict as an irrefutable obligation. The UAE is now working on the delivery of a $100 million assistance package to Ukraine to ease the suffering on the ground. But as we've said before in this chamber, another year of this conflict will mean another year of lives lost, of communities destroyed, and of global division. Now firmly in its second year, the war is no longer a tragedy of a time and place, but risks becoming a protracted, immutable conflict with no end in sight. The continued pursuit of a complete military victory is a barrier to securing a just and lasting peace. We welcome efforts by China, amongst others, to try to bring the two sides together for mediated talks. This Council must work to find solutions to the ongoing conflict, and we all need to maintain our focus on resolving other conflicts in countries and regions that also remain in dire need, and work together as a Council on those contexts as well in the coming period. Mr. President, the ravages of war are giving rise to a humanitarian crisis both within and beyond Ukraine's borders. And so we share a universal, clear, and urgent interest in bringing this war to a peaceful, just, and enduring end. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de revenir sur le vote, donnant suite à la requête de participation d'une intervenante en début de séance. Mon pays souhaite souligner que nous saluons en principe la possibilité du Conseil d'inviter des intervenants et intervenantes qu'il considère qualifiés sous la règle 39 du règlement intérieur provisoire. Nous estimons qu'ils ou elles peuvent apporter une perspective importante aux questions relevant de la compétence du Conseil. Aujourd'hui, la Suisse a voté contre la proposition d'inviter une intervenante proposée car nous estimons qu'il est impératif de considérer la résolution ES 11.4 de l'Assemblée générale pour cette décision. Par celle-ci, tous les États sont appelés à s'abstenir de tout acte ou contact susceptible d'être interprété comme valant reconnaissance d'une modification du statut des régions ukrainiennes déclarées annexées par la Russie. Monsieur le Président, je remercie le secrétaire général adjoint Martin Griffiths pour son exposé et je souligne la reconnaissance de la Suisse pour ses efforts, notamment pour prolonger l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire. Comme répété à maintes reprises dans cette salle, les personnes et objets civils ne sont pas une cible. Le droit international humanitaire et les droits humains doivent être respectés. Or, la situation humanitaire en Ukraine continue à se dégrader. La Suisse est préoccupée par le rapport et par les conclusions de la commission d'enquête internationale indépendante sur l'Ukraine qui ont été publiées cette semaine. Nous réitérons notre soutien au mandat et à la poursuite des travaux de cette commission. Nous appelons la Russie à entamer immédiatement une désescalade, à cesser toutes les opérations de combat et à retirer sans délai ses troupes de l'ensemble du territoire ukrainien. Les conséquences humanitaires de cette guerre se ressentent dans le monde entier. L'insécurité alimentaire et énergétique s'est accrue. Cela pèse particulièrement sur les personnes qui subissent les conséquences de conflits armés ou qui vivent en pauvreté extrême. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais me concentrer sur 3 points. Premièrement, la Suisse condamne les frappes persistantes sur les infrastructures civiles, y compris les attaques indiscriminées de la Russie contre les infrastructures énergétiques ukrainiennes. La Suisse réitère son appel. Le droit international humanitaire doit être pleinement respecté. Nul ne peut justifier des attaques ciblées contre les personnes et objets civils. Deuxièmement, la Suisse insiste pour que les travailleuses et travailleurs humanitaires obtiennent un accès sans entrave auprès de 18 millions de personnes dans le besoin en Ukraine, y compris celles qui se trouvent dans les zones occupées par la Russie. Troisièmement, nous rappelons le fait que l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire, en parallèle avec le protocole d'accord axé sur l'exportation de produits alimentaires et d'engrais russes, est essentielle pour la sécurité alimentaire mondiale. Facilitée par le secrétaire général et la Turquie, l'initiative a permis l'exportation de 24 millions de tonnes de céréales et plus de 1600 voyages de navires sécurisés à travers la mer Noire. L'indice des prix alimentaires de l'Organisation pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture est en baisse depuis 10 mois, après avoir atteint des niveaux records en mars 2022. Cette initiative doit se poursuivre. Nous appelons toutes les parties à redoubler d'efforts afin de trouver une solution durable dans le but de soulager les conséquences de la guerre. Nous relevons l'importance d'une perspective à long terme permettant une meilleure prévisibilité. Ceci est essentiel pour la planification et la mise en œuvre de l'initiative. La Suisse se félicite des bons offices du secrétaire général à cet égard et se tient prête à apporter son soutien, notamment dans son rôle d'État hôte. Monsieur le Président, la communauté internationale continue à envoyer des signaux clairs en faveur de la solidarité et contre les divisions, en faveur du dialogue et contre la violence, en faveur de la paix et contre la guerre. Nous sommes toutes et tous appelés à contribuer à une paix globale, juste et durable, en conformité avec le droit international. Jusqu'à ce que la population ukrainienne puisse jouir d'une telle paix, nous soulignerons aussi souvent que nécessaire, les personnes et objets civils ne sont pas une cible. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Mr. Griffiths for his informative briefing. Regrettably, Russia's aggression against Ukraine in clear violation of international law persists despite widespread calls to halt it on its one-year anniversary last month. Russia's unlawful aggression has worsened the humanitarian situation in Ukraine and the world at large, which is deplorable. Mr. President, the humanitarian crisis has worsened in 2023, with 222 million people in 53 countries unsure if they will have access to food. About 1 million individuals in developing countries face extreme hunger. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has damaged the global food supply and worsened the humanitarian situation. In these times of precarious global food supplies, the role of the Black Sea Grain Initiative has become more critical than ever before. The initiative has enabled the exportation of 24 million metric tons of grain from Ukraine port and over 1,600 secure vessels voyages through the Black Sea, with 55% of food exports going to developing countries. The initiative has been indispensable in decreasing the worldwide cost of food and provided vital assistance to those who have been significantly affected by this war, particularly in developing countries. Japan commends the Secretary General and his team, including Mr. Griffith's relentless efforts, along with Ms. Greenspan's efforts to safeguard the continuity and the integrity of this initiative by engaging with the parties, including the visit to Ukraine and the meeting with the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister. Japan strongly supports an automatic extension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative for the same period and its further expansion, and urges involved parties to collaborate in this regard. Mr. President, Russia's aggression has severely harmed Ukraine's agricultural sector, accounting for 10% of its GDP and 25% of exports. It is vital to restore Ukraine's agricultural product capacity, not only for economic stability, but also to boost global food supply. Last week, Japan gave sunflower and corn seeds to 400 smallholder farmers in Kharkiv, prioritizing women and young farmers, where agricultural production and farm income have decreased due to the war. In addition to the already committed $200 million to improve global food security after Russia's aggression last June, Japan decided to provide $50 million in food-related aid to countries in need in Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Ukraine. The suffering in Ukraine and the ramification for global food security must come to the end, and Japan reaffirms its unwavering commitment to providing the utmost support and standing in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Japan, on its part, will continue to actively pursue effort to secure global food supply, thereby contributing to the maintenance of international peace and security. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Japan for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank USG Griffiths for his update and for his tireless efforts. After 13 months of continued marry me or I'll kill you approach of Russia and Ukraine, there is little doubt that this war is a turning point in modern history. It continues to challenge European security. It has brought back nuclear saber-rattling, has disrupted the global economy, leaving energy and food crisis in its wake. But it has also been a awakening moment, reminding everyone that for as long as there will be authoritarians around, peace should never be taken for granted. While the reality on the ground has revealed the limits of this modern madness, persistent waves of deadly missile strikes across Ukraine, the Russian death signature, continue to destroy civilian infrastructure with no end in sight. They constitute crimes. For months, we have heard here, Russia doesn't attack civilians, but the reality, the hard and painful reality, is completely different. More than 20,000 civilians have been killed or wounded. 14 million people have been uprooted from their homes. 18 million people require humanitarian assistance and protection, and around 40% of Ukrainians are unable to afford or access enough food. For months, we have heard here, Russia doesn't commit crimes. The hard reality, which we know and have denounced here, is now confirmed by the report of the Commission of Inquiry, an independent and impartial expert body. Russian authorities have committed a wide range of violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law in various regions of Ukraine, many of which amount to war crimes. Everything in the horrible book of crimes is there. Attacks on civilian and energy-related infrastructure, willful killings, unlawful confinement, torture, rape and other sexual violence, as well as unlawful transfer of and deportation of children. These facts show the depth of depravity of the aggression, total disregard for civilians, and the sanctity of human life. Colleagues, Ukraine war poses one fundamental question for all of us. What kind of world we want to live in? The current rules-based world order is the one that emerged from the ashes of World War II, one where powerful autocratic regimes would no longer be free to devour their neighbors, one where more democracies than ever have been able to flourish, and where free markets and open trade have lifted more people out of poverty than any time in the history of the world. It is clear that it is this order that made almost 80 years without a war of aggression, the kind of war just like what is happening in Ukraine that can destabilize the whole world. It is this order which is based on international law and rules not imposed by anyone, but agreed by free nations. It is an order which has made it that when there is transgression, there are consequences. Just like the arrest warrants issued today by the ICC. The man who started its war of choice, the man who is responsible for its continuation and all the terrible consequences, is now a man wanted by international justice. This is a first victory of accountability. It is a first wake-up call for everyone who is fighting an unjust and illegal war in Ukraine, that impunity that has emboldened perpetrators during these long months of war has lasted far too long. Mr. President, what happens in Ukraine today will concern all of us tomorrow. This is why support in Ukraine goes beyond mere solidarity for people in need. It is an urgent call for a world in peril. The Grain Initiative, a lifeline for dozens of countries around the world, should be extended not with fixed deadlines, but indefinitely. Because, as USG Griffiths clearly explained, so are the needs of hundreds of millions of people whose daily food depends on it. Mr. President, every day into the war is making the world a more and more dangerous place, without any reason and out of choice. It is therefore never late for Russia to come to reality, cease all hostilities and unconditionally, completely and immediately withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its international organized borders. Russia can earn back its respect, not by committing more crimes, but by resolving to peace. Until then, we will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people in their just struggle to repeal aggression and restore their territory, independence, and sovereignty. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, поскольку наши бывшие западные партнеры позорно и трусливо не дали выступить бриферу из Донбасса, сегодня вам придется выслушать наше выступление, которое будет дольше обычного. Господин председатель, наше обсуждение в Совете Безопасности гуманитарных аспектов украинского кризиса неизменно происходит по одному и тому же сценарию. Западные страны выпячивают разрушение гражданской инфраструктуры Украины, игнорируя тот факт, что в случае соблюдения киевским режимом норм МГП, в частности, неразмещения тяжелых вооружений и средств ПВО в жилых кварталах, мирные жители не оказались бы в зоне поражения, поскольку наша армия наносит исключительно высокоточные удары по объектам энергетической и транспортной инфраструктуры. Делаем мы это для ослабления военного потенциала Украины, который коллективный Запад всячески пытается укрепить поставками все новых вооружений. Мы уже проводили не одно заседание, показывая, какие баснословные прибыли получают от поставок оружия западные оружейные корпорации. Разумеется, прекращение боевых действий они не заинтересованы, а их интересы услужливо обслуживают политики. Не далее, чем вчера, представитель Белого дома Джон Кирби в ответ на вопрос о китайском мирном плане на Украине сказал, что остановка боевых действий на Украине, цитирую, будет нарушением устава ООН. Конец цитаты. А еще ранее, в начале марта, секретарь Совета нацбезопасности Украины Данилов посетовал на то, что в его стране становится все больше людей, которые выступают за мирные переговоры с Россией. Иными словами, киевский режим огорчает то, что украинские граждане хотят мира с нашей страной. Комментарий, как говорится, излишний. Важно, чтобы реальные цели Киева и его западных партнеров понимали в развивающихся странах, когда их в очередной раз будут пытаться мобилизовать на поддержку новых антироссийских инициатив Генеральной Ассамблеи. При этом западные страны оставляют за скобками методичные и целенаправленные обстрелы ВСУ гражданских объектов на Донбассе, продолжающиеся уже 9 лет. Поэтому мы считаем своей задачей сегодня для полноты картины сосредоточиться именно на том, о чем наши западные коллеги не скажут. Наша сегодняшняя докладчица Дарья Морозова, выступления которых так испугались наши бывшие западные партнеры, планировала дать ретроспективу разрушительного внутриукраинского конфликта и последовавшего гуманитарного кризиса, спровоцированных антиконституционным госпереворотом в Киеве в феврале 2014 года. Ей, как уроженке Донбасса, это было бы сделать сподручнее, однако некоторыми тезисами из приготовленного ею выступления она попросила нас поделиться. Массовые мирные протесты в крупных русскоговорящих регионах стали естественным ответом на антиконституционные действия новой власти. Люди вышли на улицы в надежде быть услышанными. Единственным требованием была встреча с представителями Киева. Вместо этого в нарушение статьи 17 Конституции Украины, запрещающей использование вооруженных сил Украины и незаконных вооруженных формирований с целью ограничения прав и свобод граждан, киевский режим направил армию для подавления мирных митингов с применением авиации, артиллерии и вооружения массового летального действия. Mass legal impact. Свои военные преступления киевский режим оправдывал проведением так называемой антитеррористической операции, указ о которой был подписан 14 апреля 2014 года лицом, незаконно наделенным конституционными президентскими полномочиями. При этом ни ДНР, ни ЛНР на протяжении всего конфликта на юго-востоке Украины так и не были официально признаны террористическими организациями и, соответственно, не могли подпадать под международные критерии определения таковыми. Еще в 2014 году по заключению Международного комитета Красного Креста конфликт на Украине был признан внутренним, то есть гражданской войной. Помимо открытых боевых действий, Киев начал жестокое подавление мирного населения путем внедрения социально-экономических ограничений. Регион подвергся экономической блокаде. Были прекращены выплаты всех социальных пособий, включая пенсии, а также обслуживание банками счетов населения и предприятий. В продовольственной блокаде была заблокирована логистика по доставке продуктов питания, медикаментов и товаров первой необходимости. Транспортной блокаде, информационной блокаде. Реальная информация о событиях на Донбассе массово заменялась националистической пропагандой. Кроме того, Украина прекратила работу всех государственных органов, ведомств и организаций на территории региона. Таким образом, местные жители были лишены возможности получения элементарных государственных услуг, социальной помощи и оформления таких обязательных документов, как паспорт, свидетельство о рождении и смерти, то есть возможности осуществления любых действий, подтверждающих их гражданский статус. В декабре 2014 года и в марте 2017 года социально-экономические ограничения в отношении региона были закреплены на законодательном уровне. Тем самым Киев легализовал решения против собственного населения. Указанные шаги привели к непоправимым последствиям. Так, с начала конфликта и по состоянию на 24 февраля 2022 года в результате вооруженной агрессии со стороны Украины на территории ДНР погибли 4374 человека, в том числе 91 ребенок. Почти 8 тысяч мирных жителей получили ранения различной степени тяжести, в том числе 323 ребенка. Не менее 27 из них получили инвалидность. Огнем украинских вооруженных формирований к началу спецоперации было разрушено свыше 23 тысяч частных жилых домостроений и порядка 5 тысяч многоквартирных домов. Отдельные населенные пункты фактически стерты с лица земли. Было разрушено порядка 850 объектов сферы образования, 350 объектов здравоохранения и 800 объектов сферы ЖКХ, обеспечивающих снабжение потребителей республики газом, водой, теплом и электроэнергией. Только в период с 2017 по 17 февраля 2002 года по территории республики было выпущено более 33,9 тысяч боеприпасов различного калибра. Международное сообщество не давало объективной реакции и относительно действий представителей Украины, направленных на саботаж Минского процесса. За эти годы по вине Киева не был выполнен ни один из пунктов Минского протокола и комплекса мер по выполнению Минских соглашений. Как официальный представитель ДНР в Минской группе по гуманитарным вопросам, Дарья Морозова заверяет, что представители Киева не были нацелены на достижение каких-либо договоренностей. Более того, саботировали любые подвижки, которые могли остановить кровопролитие. От себя добавлю, и в этом их поощряли их западные покровители. На фоне отсутствия мирных целей в переговорном процессе в начале 2022 года нарастала напряженность на линии соприкосновения. Наблюдались откровенные провокации со стороны Киева. Только за неделю, которая предшествовала объявлению массовой эвакуации на Донбассе, в нарушение договоренности о прекращении огня украинские вооруженные формирования выпустили по территории ДНР почти 100 снарядов, запрещенных Минскими договоренностями. Кроме того, украинские солдаты получили прямой приказ командующего ВСУ Залужного открывать огонь без согласования, по собственному усмотрению. Были зафиксированы факты применения дронов с самодельными взрывными устройствами для нанесения ударов по мирным жителям. Накануне событий Украина начала усиливать свои позиции на фронте не только личным составом, но и вооружением массового поражения. Киев готовился к полномасштабной военной операции на Донбассе, которая была запланирована на начало марта 2022 года. Это стало понятно после обострения и резкого возрастания военной активности ВСУ. С началом, ставшей результатом произошедшего СВО, по мере освобождения городов Донбасса вскрываются новые факты массовых военных преступлений украинских властей, и их количество увеличивается по мере продвижения линии фронта. Так, зафиксированы многочисленные свидетельства мирных жителей, подтверждающие, что вооруженные формирования Украины препятствовали мирным жителям в эвакуации из зон боевых действий. Людей использовали в качестве живого щита, например, в городах Мариуполь, Волноваха, Солидар. При отступлении украинская армия целенаправленно уничтожала уцелевшие в ходе боев объекты гражданской инфраструктуры и жилые дома. За год СВО только по территории ДНР в границах до начала спецоперации зафиксировано более 15,5 тысяч фактов ведения огня со стороны ВСУ. Из них свыше 15 тысяч с применением тяжелого вооружения. Противник выпустил по территории республики более 100 тысяч боеприпасов различного калибра, включая 39 ракет из ОТРК.У, свыше 220 ракет РСЗО «Хаймерс», более 250 ракет РСЗО БН-27 «Ураган» и порядка 13 тысяч ракет РСЗО 122 мм калибром, а также 21,5 тысячи снарядов калибром 155 мм. С июля 2022 года ВСУ применяет в отношении мирного населения республики противопехотные мины нажимного действия «Лепесток». С их помощью Украина дистанционно минирует густонаселенный жилой сектор ДНР. В республике зафиксировано свыше 90 случаев подрыва мирных жителей, в том числе 9 детей на минах «Лепесток». Один из пострадавших в результате ранения скончался в больнице, у многих диагностированы травматические ампутации конечностей. Попытки спровоцировать гуманитарную катастрофу в регионе Киев совершает теракты и провокации на объектах жизнеобеспечения Донбасса. В частности, бьет по водоснабжающей и энергетической инфраструктуре. В результате таких террористических действий было полностью прекращено поступление воды на территорию республики из главной артерии канала Северский Донец-Донбасс. В связи с этим сегодня большинство городов ДНР централизованное водоснабжение осуществляется по графику один раз в трое суток в течение нескольких часов. подается техническая вода. Питьевую воду люди вынуждены покупать или получают в виде гуманитарной помощи. Также зафиксированы массовые факты пыток и казней пленных на Украине. Гражданские лица на подконтрольных Киеву территориях подвергаются политическому преследованию и репрессиям по идеологическим мотивам со стороны спецслужб. Действуя с особым цинизмом, Украина не только нарушила все существующие положения и нормы международного гуманитарного права, но и продемонстрировала пренебрежение основополагающими принципами человечности, гуманизма и милосердия. Причем под каток неонацистской ненависти попали как жители народных республик Донбасса, так и граждане, которые до начала СВО проживали на подконтрольной Киеву территории. Повторю то, что я сейчас озвучил, а это текст, часть текста, часть брифинга, которую должна была сделать Дарья Морозова. Это фактически прямая речь жителей Донбасса, которых на Западе упорно пытаются игнорировать. И прежде всего ради их спасения их жизни, год назад была запущена специальная военная операция. Со своей стороны отмечу, что за последний месяц мы лишний раз убедились в террористическом и бесчеловечном характере киевского режима. 2 марта в 2 селах Брянской области в России члены украинских вооруженных формирований совершили террористическую вылазку, в ходе которой они напали на автомобиль, перевозивший 3 детей в школу, убили водителя и ранили 11-летнего мальчика Федора. Он, тем не менее, выбрался из автомобиля, помог покинуть его 2 девочкам-первоклассницам и вместе с ними, спасаясь от террористов, начал искать укрытие в ближайшей лесополосе. Раненый мальчик проявил себя вне всяких сомнений как настоящий мужчина, чего нельзя сказать об украинских боевиках, которые стреляли убегающим в лес детям в спину, пытаясь не оставить никаких свидетелей диверсионной группы. Ровно так же, как боевики украинских националистических батальонов стреляют по русскоязычным жителям городов Донбасса, пытаясь выдать это за преступление российской армии. Подобных свидетельств у наших следственных органов уже набралось предостаточно. Это было спланированное, осознанное нападение на мирных жителей сел, где не было никаких военных объектов. Иными словами, настоящий теракт. Его исполнители – участники некого мифического русского добровольческого корпуса, являющегося подразделением иностранного легиона ВСУ и действующего по приказам военным руководству Украины. Режим Зеленского попытался откреститься от этой диверсии, уж слишком вопиющим и отталкивающим выглядит это преступление. Однако лидер диверсионной группы заявил, что акция была согласована с киевским режимом и осуществлялась при его прямом содействии. Кстати сказать, этот персонаж является известным, в том числе в Европе, неонацистом и расистом, которому запрещен въезд в Евросоюз. Неудивительно, что, как и другие люди с подобными воззрениями, он вольготно чувствовал себя на Украине и безнаказанно совершал свои преступления с одобрения киевского руководства. Не очень понятно, что подобными хладнокровными убийствами детей пытается добиться киевская власть. Повышение уровня поддержки Запада? Если Запад готов поддерживать режим, совершающий подобные вопиющие деяния, то нет, наверное, такого преступления, которое Запад не был бы готов покрыть в своем маниакальном и тщетном стремлении добиться поражения России на поле боя. Мы в целом получаем все больше свидетельств того, что западные государства напрямую вовлечены в конфликт не только через накачку Киева вооружением, но и через прямое участие своих военных специалистов. Так, разоблачающие показания российским органам правопорядка дал бывший американский военнослужащий, записавшийся в так называемый иностранный легион ВСУ и националистический батальон «Карпатская сечь» Джон Макентайр. Переданные им документы, карты и другая информация подтверждают непосредственную координацию действий ВСУ на поле боя сотрудниками военного и разведывательного ведомства США. Эти показания лягут в том числе и в основу правовой оценки степени вовлеченности и соучастия иностранных должностных лиц в преступления киевского режима против мирного населения. Макентайр также рассказал о чудовищных пытках, которые применяли к военнопленным боевики украинских формирований. Эти и другие свидетельства наши оппоненты, рисующие в своем воображении некие военные преступления России, просто проигнорируют. Однако украинские и западные садисты и преступники не останутся без наказания. В России уже действует Международный общественный трибунал, собирающий свидетельские показания и документирующий их. Готовится к запуску и работу по созданию полноценного международного трибунала, опирающегося на международное право, а не на порядок, основанный на правилах, которые формируют под свои интересы государства коллективного Запада. На примере стрельбы по российским детям в Брянской области понятно, как киевский режим относится к детям. В условиях безответственной агрессивной политики украинских властей главами ДНР и ЛНР еще до начала СВО в феврале 2022 года было принято решение об эвакуации гражданских лиц, включая детей, на территорию Российской Федерации. По состоянию на 27 февраля 2023 года с начала СВО на территорию Российской Федерации эвакуировано около 4,5 миллионов человек, из которых порядка 690 тысяч детей. Подавляющее большинство эвакуированных детей прибыло в Россию в сопровождении своих родителей, опекунов и попечителей. В этой связи вызывают недоумение многочисленные спекуляции на тему прибытия в нашу страну огромного числа несопровождаемых детей. Россия в ходе двустороннего взаимодействия с УВКПЧ, ЮНИСЕФ и МККК предоставляет достоверную информацию о предпринимаемых нашей страной мерах по недопущению нарушения международного гуманитарного права в отношении детей. С тем, чтобы пресечь спекуляции на этой теме, ставшей популярным сюжетом в работе киевских и западных пропагандистов, в начале апреля мы организуем неформальное заседание Совета Безопасности по формуле АРИ по этой теме. Господин председатель, многие сегодня здесь затрагивали тему Черноморской зерновой инициативы, если бы точнее пакетной сделки, продление которой на 60 дней может состояться завтра. Хотел бы в завершении подробно остановиться на нашей позиции на этот счет. 22 июля прошлого года в Турции были подписаны два пакетных, то есть носящих взаимосвязанный характер соглашения. Одно, которое на тот момент было призвано решать гуманитарные задачи по снабжению продовольствием голодающих во всем мире между Россией, Турцией и Украиной по вывозу из 3 портов Черного моря продовольствия и удобрений. Второе – между Россией и секретариатом ООН о содействии продвижению российского продовольствия и удобрений на мировые рынки. Именно его наши коллеги, западные коллеги, в упор не хотели замечать, избегая даже упоминания о нем проектов продуктов СБ. И это второе соглашение не выполняется ни на йоту. К выполнению так называемой зерновой инициативы, призванной способствовать вывозу зерна из украинских портов, у нас и у многих также есть много вопросов. Главный из них, почему вдруг она превратилась из гуманитарной в коммерческую? Ведь именно на это четко указывает статистика. Весьма спорное ее влияние на продовольственные цены в мире. А в беднейшие страны поступило не 66 или 65% поставок, как говорили сегодня здесь, в этом зале, а всего лишь около 3%. В частности, по данным ЮНТАК, несмотря на то, что цены на продовольствие упали с рекордно высоких значений в начале прошлого года до уровня 2021 года, они не дотягивают более чем на 20%. Усугубляются и внутренние проблемы в развивающихся странах по причине обесценивания местных валют, и это на фоне укрепления американского доллара в 2022 году. А кто же, вы думаете, получает прибыль от подобной ситуации? Главными бенефициарами роста цен на продукты питания и дестабилизации цепочек их поставок являются крупнейшие западные агрокорпорации. Речь идет о так называемой «большой четверке». Это американский Archer Daniels Midland, Bunch и Cargill, а также нидерландская Louis Dreyfus, на долю которых приходится от 75 до 90% глобального торгового оборота агропромышленного комплекса. В 2022 году одна только Cargill нарастила объем продаж на 23% до 165 миллиардов долларов. зафиксировав рекордную чистую прибыль в 5 миллиардов долларов. Какие же тут бонусы для развивающихся стран? Кстати, не стоит забывать и о том, что вследствие бесконтрольного вывоза продовольствия из Украины эта страна рискует столкнуться с самым настоящим голодом. Об этом прямо говорят многие эксперты. И Россия тут ни при чем. В этом же ряду остро стоит вопрос захвата западными компаниями черноземных пахотных земель в этой стране. За последние 10 лет количество таких земель, перешедших под контроль иностранцев, превысило 4 миллиона гектаров, или 10% всех плодородных земель Украины. Причем все эти процессы пытаются скрыть от мировой общественности за традиционной мантрой о российской агрессии и обвинениями нашей страны в создании продовольственного кризиса и провоцировании роста цен на продовольствие. Это, разумеется, абсолютная ложь. Даже в резолюции Европарламента о доступности удобрений в Евросоюзе от 16 февраля прямо говорится о том, что высокие цены в агросекторе наблюдаются последние 2 года. Впрочем, это не мешает Брюсселю провоцировать дополнительные риски в сфере продбезопасности бедных стран за счет все новых антироссийских рестрикций. Господин председатель, меморандум России и ООН попросту не работает. То, что он крайне выгоден для развивающихся стран, никого не волнует. В итоге ООН устами официального представителя генерального секретаря пришлось-таки признаться, что у организации нет рычагов для вывода операций с российским сельхозэкспортом из-под западных санкций. Еще раз подчеркну, эта ситуация негативно сказывается не на России. Наша экономика назло нашим недругам уверенно развивается, а на развивающемся мире. Ну а раз вся забота о нем наших коллег всего лишь слова, а настойчивые усилия генерального секретаря не приносят результаты, мы тоже не будем с этим мириться. В этой связи 13 марта в соответствии с пунктом H трехстороннего соглашения мы официально уведомили нотами турецкую и украинскую стороны, что не возражаем против продления после 18 марта его действия на 60 дней, то есть до 18 мая. Дальнейшие шаги будут зависеть от прогресса в решении обозначенных нами проблем. Подытоживая, если в Вашингтоне, Брюсселе и Лондоне действительно заинтересованы в продолжении экспорта продовольствия из Украины по морскому гумкоридору в своих интересах, то у них есть 2 месяца, чтобы при содействии ООН вывести из-под своих санкций всю цепочку операций, сопровождающих российский сельскохозяйственный экспорт. В противном случае нам непонятно, как будет работать пакетная концепция генерального секретаря ООН в рамках Стамбульской договоренности. В заключение, господин председатель, в отношении объявления о сегодняшнем ордере, выданном Международному уголовному суде, о котором сегодня тут упоминали, это предвзятая, политизированная и некомпетентная международная судебная инстанция в очередной раз доказала свою ущербность. МУС – это марионетка в руках коллективного Запада, которая всегда готова осуществлять псевдоправосудие по заказу. Особенно цинично, что юридически ничтожные решения были обнародованы накануне 20-летия со дня незаконного вторжения США в Ирак, где МУС обладал юрисдикцией, но не сделал ровным счетом ничего для привлечения виновных к ответственности. Российская Федерация не является участником Римского статута, МУС не обладает юрисдикцией в отношении России и ее граждан, рассматриваем любые исходящие от этого органа документы как незаконные и ничтожные. По всем признакам МУС действительно встал на путь самоликвидации, прежде всего в том, что касается авторитета и международного признания. И в этом суждении мы не одиноки. Позвольте привести неожиданную цитату. Советник президента США по вопросам по национальной безопасности Джона Болтона от 2018 года. Мы позволим МУС умереть самостоятельно. В конце концов, во всех смыслах МУС уже мертв. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank Wes.G. Griffiths for his contribution. We have been following with extreme concern the attacks in recent weeks against targets in various cities in Ukraine, as well as the dramatic fighting around Bakhmut. Brazil reiterates the call for all parties to fully respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law. It's a universal responsibility to ensure the protection and safety of civilians, provide humanitarian aid to those in need, and treat detainees humanely. These are non-negotiable obligations. Brazil is also deeply concerned with the lack of improvement in the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. Urban areas continue to be shelled and civilian infrastructure destroyed. We remind both parties of these councils resolutions 2417/2018, which indicates our obligation to spare civilian objects and critical infrastructure for delivering humanitarian aid, and to ensure the proper functioning of food systems and markets. In order to put an end to this humanitarian crisis, it's necessary to seek pragmatic solutions. We urge all member states to pursue realistic ways to achieve peace. Protecting human life and safeguarding human dignity must always come first. In this regard, we would like to mention 3 points. First, it's necessary to keep the channels open for dialogue. Insisting on military solutions, reinforced by unilateral sanctions, will not lead to an end to this conflict. Dialogue is the way to de-escalate and build trust. When there is engagement, it is possible to achieve positive results, as demonstrated by the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Second, it is urgent that the two sides agree to cease hostilities in accordance with Resolution ES 11/6 adopted by the General Assembly in February. Continuing to fight will deepen the humanitarian crisis, increase casualties, and destroy infrastructures without resolving the underlying causes of the conflict. The continuation of this war also affects other countries in the immediate neighborhood as well as in developing nations, hard hit by the collateral effects of the conflict on their economies and with limited resources and instruments to counter these effects. Third, and last point, Mr. President, we reiterate our support for a negotiated solution that takes into account ways to prevent renewed violence in the future. Brazil considers it is essential to understand the security concerns of the parties involved and respond to them in a constructive and pragmatic manner. We are ready to engage along with other willing countries in diplomatic efforts based on the principles of the UN Charter and with the goal of a just and sustainable peace in the long term. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
主席先生，我感谢格里菲斯副秘书长的通报。乌克兰危机延宕至今，日益呈现扩大化、复杂化态势，人道局势持续恶化，和平前景依旧渺茫。中方对此深感担忧。冲突战争没有赢家，流血对抗只会加重苦难。我们呼吁有关各方真正以人民为中心，加紧行动，全力减轻冲突带来的人道后果，同时为推动局势缓和降温、 早日停火止战付出更大努力。在此，我愿谈以下几点看法。第一，国际人道法的基本准则必须切实遵守。在任何情况下，对平民的保护都必须放在第一位。冲突当事方应避免袭击平民和民用设施，保障能源、医疗、教育等关键公共服务正常运转，保护冲突受害者，尊重战俘基本权利。冲突各方应保持最大理性克制，避免采取危及核设施安全和安保的行动，把意外风险降到最低。中方支持国际原子能机构履行保障监督职责，为促进核设施的安全安保发挥积极作用。我们将通过国际原子能机构向乌克兰核安全、核安保技术援助项目捐款20万欧元。第二，人道救援的范围和力度必须全力保持。冲突爆发以来，受影响地区物资严重匮乏，水电暖供应严重短缺。我们已向乌克兰和受危机外溢影响的发展中国家提供多批紧急人道援助。国际社会应扩大对所有受影响民众的救援规模，加快对民用基础设施的修复，尽力缓解冲突对民众生活造成的影响。相关各方应保障快速、安全、无障碍的人道主义准入，支持联合国发挥人道协调作用。妇女、儿童、流离失所者是武装冲突中的脆弱群体，对他们的特殊需求应给予有针对性的帮扶。第三，冲突造成的外溢影响必须加以管控，各方应以负责任的方式，共同延缓危机对国际能源、金融、粮贸运输的冲击，维护全球经济复苏势头。有关国家应停止滥用单边制裁和长臂管辖，消除这些措施对国际经贸合作带来的干扰。中方赞赏古特雷斯秘书长为推动黑海粮食外运协议延期，积极同各方沟通，希望协议得到均衡、全面、有效执行。同时，中方希望联合国同俄罗斯签署的备忘录也能得到积极落实。第四，寻求和平出路的外交努力必须不懈推进。无论形势多么复杂，政治解决的大门不能关上，争取和平的努力不能松劲。国际社会要以最大的紧迫感劝和促谈，为重启谈判创造条件，推动当事方不设前提的早日重开谈判，给恢复和平一个机会。事实证明，不断输送进攻性武器，搞集团对抗、政治孤立无助于解决危机。在乌克兰问题上，中方始终站在和平一边，站在对话一边，站在人道一边。中方已发布关于政治解决乌克兰危机的立场文件，将继续同国际社会一道，为政治解决危机发挥积极作用。最后，我还要对今天会议开始前的程序性表决阐明立场。中方对今天安理会不得不就是否邀请 Miss Daria Morozova 与会通报进行程序性表决表示遗憾。中方主张安理会通过耐心协商，在达成一致的基础上，就此事作出决定。我们认为安理会围绕这一问题的决定，既要符合安理会临时议事规则，也要与此前在邀请通报人问题上的做法保持一致，避免给人造成双重标准的印象。我还要重申，中方在乌克兰问题上的立场没有改变。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, at the outset, let me explain that Ghana voted in favor of the proposal to admit Ms. Daria Morozova under Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure to provide the Council with her personal views regarding the humanitarian situation in the Donbas region of Ukraine. As we have consistently done, we have supported the President's choice of briefers, and this in no way impairs our position on the Donbas region being a part of Ukraine. Indeed, it affirms Ukraine's sovereignty. To be clear, Ghana does not recognize the so-called Donetsk People's Republic, including any person purporting to act in any official capacity on behalf of that entity. Ms. Morozova, as we understand it, is a resident of the Donbas region and by extension, a citizen of Ukraine. In that sense, we are of the view that her personal views as a citizen of Ukraine should be admitted by the Council. Mr. President, turning to the subject of our meeting, I would like to thank USG Griffiths for the important update provided to the Council on the prevailing humanitarian conditions in Ukraine. We continue to value his contributions to resolving this aspect of the war, bordering on the survival of the people of Ukraine. Ghana continues to be deeply concerned about the overall humanitarian situation and in particular, the plight of innocent civilians caught in the crossfires of intense combat raging across several cities in Ukraine. If the contestation in Bakhmut, Odessa, Donetsk, Kharkiv, and other front lines share anything in common, it is the fact that we see rising casualties and further destruction. They have impaled energy infrastructure of Ukraine. The already impaled energy infrastructure of Ukraine continues to be pummeled with no regard for the needs of the civilians who rely on it for their survival, especially during this winter season. While the destroyed infrastructure can't be rebuilt, the destruction in the minds and hearts of the people, hidden from our eyes, is perhaps worse than we have imagined. They may never be restored from the deep loss and trauma of this brutal war. It is for this reason that we remain supportive of initiatives to provide mental health care and counseling support for Ukrainians affected by the war, especially children. UNICEF reports that despite the grueling impact of the war on the 7.5 million children in Ukraine, they continue to show tremendous resilience for survival. We must do all that lies in our power to bring an end to the scourge of the war on their lives. Mr. President, the report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, issued on 15 March 2023, regrettably bears out our fears of widespread and systematic human rights violations, disregard for civilians, and possible war crimes. We note the report as an important contribution to international efforts aimed at ensuring accountability for the horrendous crimes being committed in Ukraine. We further agree with the Commission that there is the need for further investigations and comprehensive accountability, including criminal responsibility of the perpetrators and the right of victims to truth, reparations, and non-repetition. At the core of the prohibition of the use of force as a means for the settlement of dispute is the value for human life and the essential obligation to protect and preserve humanity from the harms of war. International humanitarian law is therefore intended to impose on warring parties obligations for the protection of civilians and even the treatment of prisoners of war during such times. We deeply regret that these fundamental principles have not been obliged, and more people continue to suffer needlessly with each passing day of the war. In view of the worsening humanitarian conditions, we renew our appeal to the parties to ensure compliance with their obligations under international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights law. Civilians must be protected from harm, and prisoners of war must be treated with respect in accordance with the measures prescribed under the Geneva Conventions and additional protocols. The continuing missile attacks near the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, resulting in the temporary loss of its only remaining backup power line, point to the growing risk of a catastrophic nuclear incident. We remind the parties of the existential and intergenerational harm caused by nuclear arms and urge them to rethink their actions in the interest of humanity, as we all stand at risk from any such incident, whether accidental or calculated. We urge the parties to treat nuclear safety and security as non-negotiable and to undertake the steps outlined by the IAEA, including immediate demilitarization of all nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Mr. President, after 13 months of sustained violent exchanges across all of Ukraine, there appears to be no hope to an end in sight and little appetite on the part of the warring parties for a peaceful settlement. We continue to be concerned about the inflammatory rhetoric and the heightened risks of a wider geopolitical conflict involving other European nations. If peace in Ukraine is to be attained, the parties must relinquish any military logic to winning the war. We remain firmly of the view that dialogue and diplomacy offer the best chances of a comprehensive peace process that would address the respective concerns of the parties and reiterate our call for the intensification of international efforts for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. It has been well asserted in this Council and the General Assembly that peace in Ukraine must be founded on the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and should seek to uphold the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine in accordance with international law. Mr. President, we encourage agreement for the further renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative when it expires on 18th March this year, as it once again offers a glimmer of hope through the dark facade of this war. We are encouraged by the commitment made by the parties, given the significant impact the deal has shown to have on global food supply chain and market stability, and we urge its full implementation in line with the terms of the agreement. We thank the Secretary General for his visit to Kiev on 8th March, where he held discussions with President Zelensky on the continuation of the grain initiative. The good faith implementation of all stakeholders is now crucial to sustain its integrity in a manner that assures its future extension for much longer periods of time. We also underline the importance and necessity of further effort and cooperation in relation to the export of Russian ammonia and agro-product. Mr. President, humanitarian assistance and protection is vital to saving lives and mitigating the impacts on the people. As we all know, however, it does not replace the critical need for the cessation of all violent hostilities. It is for this reason, and in the interest of the many suffering women, children, and vulnerable persons, that we re-echo the calls made to the Russian Federation to end the aggression against its neighbor, Ukraine. It is time to end the war and begin the task of charting the path of peace between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I also thank USG Griffiths for his briefing. Over a year has passed since Russia launched its aggression against Ukraine. This gross violation of the UN Charter and international law has led to yet another man-made humanitarian catastrophe. Today, the war threatens not only Ukraine and the region, but millions of people across the world. President, as we have heard, over 17 million people, nearly 40% of the population of Ukraine, require humanitarian assistance and protection as a result of this war. More than 8 million Ukrainian refugees have been recorded across Europe. 5.4 million people have been internally displaced. We have all witnessed the humanitarian consequences of the systematic use of missiles and drones to attack civilian objects and infrastructure, indispensable to the survival of the civilian population across Ukraine, not least in Tuesday's missile strike on an apartment building in Kramatorsk. Such attacks have left millions without power, heating, and water for days in the middle of winter, compounding the hardship for the most vulnerable caught up in this fighting, especially those in areas close to the front lines and outside the control of Ukrainian authorities. Furthermore, we have also seen the horrific effects from the use of explosive weapons with wide area effects in populated areas, with town squares and residential apartment blocks reduced to rubble. Malta once again calls on the Russian Federation to cease such attacks, which constitute a violation of international law. President, the devastating impacts of Russia's war on children, women, and men will be felt for generations. We condemn the pattern of international humanitarian and human rights law violations related to the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. Malta also deplores the unlawful transfer and forced deportation of out of Ukraine of more than 6,000 children. Such actions constitute war crimes. In this regard, Malta supports the International Criminal Court's efforts to ensure that all those involved in violations of international humanitarian and human rights law are held accountable. In addition, we welcome the important work being carried out by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine and support the idea of establishing a register of damages as a record of evidence and information on claims for damages, loss, or injury caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Such initiatives will support the much-needed reconstruction of civilian infrastructure destroyed in Ukraine over the past decade as a result of the conflict. President, Malta is concerned that many of those in desperate need of humanitarian assistance are unable or prevented from accessing the services they need. We commend the work of the UN, its partner agencies, and all humanitarian organizations working in such dangerous situations and appeal for the full facilitation of humanitarian access and operations throughout the country, especially in the areas along front lines. Malta highlights the importance of the continuance of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This initiative has allowed the export of tons of grains and other foodstuffs. Prolonging the agreement is crucial for the stability of international prices and for the continuous flow of grains, helping people worldwide struggling to put food on their tables and support farmers whose incomes have plummeted because of the war. Additionally, we reiterate our call for unimpeded and repeated access to be granted to the ICRC for all Ukrainian prisoners of war. Malta recalls that under the Third Geneva Convention, all prisoners of war are entitled to receive regular visits from ICRC delegates. President, as the war in Ukraine begins to ramp up once again, we reiterate our call on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its hostilities and to withdraw all Russian forces from Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. More than enough lives have been lost, families torn apart, and civilians traumatized by a year of carnage. Let us see de-escalation and dialogue in the days and weeks ahead, rather than this continued cycle of death and destruction. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I also thank USG Griffiths for his briefing today. President, today, over 21 million people need humanitarian assistance as a result of Russia's full-scale invasion. This is over 50% of Ukraine's pre-war population. Of these people, over 5 million are displaced internally, and another 8 million have fled to Europe as refugees. This is the most significant displacement seen anywhere in the world for decades. In areas under Russian control, approximately 4 million people are in acute need of humanitarian protection and assistance. And these figures demonstrate the devastating nature of Russia's actions in Ukraine. But we must not forget that behind every number in these millions is a person, a brother or a sister, a mother or a father, whose normal life has been destroyed by Russia's aggression. President, I will focus on the situation in Bakhmut. The city has been subject to near constant shelling, with civilian infrastructure such as schools, water, and energy and health facilities taking significant damage. There are not many buildings left standing, and the humanitarian consequences of Russia's brutal assault are extreme. Humanitarian assistance into the city stopped mid-February, when the fighting intensified and it became too dangerous for most aid to get in. Nearly 4,000 civilians remain, hiding in basements. These people are severely vulnerable, in particular children, persons with disabilities, and the elderly. Only a limited number of local volunteer groups have been able to distribute assistance, at great risk to their personal safety. We therefore call for unimpeded and sustained humanitarian access to the people of Ukraine, including in Bakhmut. Russia must stop denying access and must cease its attacks on critical infrastructure and residential areas. Ukrainians must be allowed to seek safety wherever they choose. President, as USG Griffiths made clear, the impact of Russia's actions are still being felt around the world. Commodity prices are up, and 345 million people face crisis levels of food insecurity, with close to 50 million one step away from famine. This is the global cost of Russia's actions. The United Kingdom strongly supports the efforts of the UN in partnership with Turkey to continue bringing Ukrainian grain to world markets. The Black Sea Grain Initiative is vital. The world needs Ukrainian grain. So everything should be done to tackle global food insecurity and ensure food assistance reaches those who need it most. We call on Russia to respect the terms of the deal and the latest 120-day extension. Finally, President, the United Kingdom is fully committed to holding Russia to account for its illegal actions in Ukraine. The International Criminal Court's announcement today is an important step for ensuring those responsible are held accountable. Barbaric atrocities have been committed during this conflict, including against children. It is right they should be independently investigated and those accountable face justice. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Undersecretary General Griffiths, for your thorough briefing and for the UN's efforts to secure an extension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Colleagues, as Undersecretary General Griffiths clearly outlined, as long as Russia continues to blockade Ukraine's ports, the world needs the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The Black Sea Grain Initiative slashes global food prices. It calms market volatility. It ameliorates global food security, It saves lives. It must continue reliably and sustainably. The initiative must be allowed to operate efficiently. It must work at a pace that meets global demand. The delays imposed by Russia have already reduced the number of ships leaving port and increased transportation costs. We agree with what the Secretary General said during his visit to Kyiv 2 weeks ago. The initiative should enable the greatest possible use of Black Sea export infrastructure. Right now, only 3 ports are free to operate, while global food prices remain at historic highs. Ukraine's food exports are down by more than 1/3 from last year. Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine has already disrupted the global food supply chain and caused a spike in food prices, pushing many more into extreme poverty. The world needs this grain. It must flow freely. Since the beginning of the initiative, more than 24 million metric tons of grain and oilseeds have been shipped worldwide, including humanitarian aid through the World Food Program for the world's most food insecure people. During his trip to Africa this past week, Secretary Blinken saw bags of wheat, gifts from the Ukrainian people, that had been delivered to Ethiopia because of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This is grain that can feed the world. This is the critical assistance that is at stake. We know, and the rest of the world knows, that Russia exports of food are at least as high as their pre-war levels. When we hear the Russian government say they're being held back from exporting grain, from exporting fertilizer, the numbers show it's just not true. And when it comes to sanctions, we have gone to extraordinary lengths to communicate the clear carve-outs for food and fertilizers to governments and to the private sector. Simply put, sanctions are not the issue. Beyond the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the Council must also focus on the continuing devastation and dire humanitarian needs caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. On February 15th, the UN announced that UN agencies and NGOs will need $3.9 billion to bring humanitarian aid to those inside of Ukraine. That doesn't include the additional $1.7 billion to support countries hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. For our part, since the invasion, the United States has provided nearly $2 billion in humanitarian assistance to those in need in Ukraine and the region. And we have provided nearly $15.5 billion in direct budget support to the government of Ukraine through World Bank mechanisms. We plan to provide an additional $7.4 billion through September. We're doing our part, and we're asking the rest of the international community to do theirs. We should all dig deep, and we must do so without sacrificing a single cent to the many other urgent humanitarian crises around the world. Funding alone, however, is not enough. Security Council members must continue to demand unhindered humanitarian access across Ukraine, just as 141 member states did last month. And we must call out Russia's continued missile and drone attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure, and how these attacks are preventing humanitarian assistance from reaching areas temporarily occupied by Russia. Just last week, massive attacks destroyed residential buildings, electricity infrastructure, and railways, killing at least 11 civilians. This was also the 16th major attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure in the last 5 months, showing flagrant disregard for nuclear safety. Russia's attacks have even resulted in deaths and injuries of humanitarian workers, and in particular, women and girls have faced scary, dramatic increases in trafficking and gender-based violence as they have tried to flee for their lives. Today, as we wrap up the Commission on the Status of Women, let us all commit to holding Russia's forces accountable for these atrocities. Colleagues, there is, of course, one way to instantly prevent further suffering. Russia can heed the demands of the UN and the world's member states to withdraw immediately, completely, and unconditionally from Ukraine. Until then, let us do everything we can to help the people of Ukraine and all those hurt by the fallout of this horrific, unnecessary war. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le sous-secrétaire général Martin Griffiths pour son exposé édifiant. Déjà une année de guerre destructrice et aucune solution de sortie de crise ne se profile à l'horizon. Bien au contraire, l'escalade se poursuit et se généralise au sol et dans les airs. Après une année, le coût de la guerre en termes de pertes humaines et matérielles augmente chaque jour et continue d'aggraver la situation économique et d'allonger les perspectives de reconstruction de l'Ukraine. La situation humanitaire, par voie de conséquence, est en constante dégradation. Les populations et les infrastructures civiles continuent d'être les cibles de bombardements insistants et de grande ampleur. Aucun domaine n'est épargné par les partis. Aucun domaine n'est épargné et les partis n'hésitent pas à s'en prendre aux infrastructures énergétiques qui sont depuis quelque temps les cibles privilégiées de toutes sortes de manœuvres de rétention. Ces derniers jours, les crispations autour de la centrale nucléaire de Zaporijia laissent entrevoir que le risque d'un accident nucléaire reste une possibilité à ne pas négliger. Nous réitérons que l'accès à l'eau, à l'énergie et aux autres services publics essentiels ne doit faire l'objet d'aucun chantage. Mon pays réitère sa condamnation des attaques contre les populations et les infrastructures civiles, toute forme d'atteinte ciblant les populations innocentes, et en particulier les femmes et les enfants, et rappelle aux belligérants leurs obligations relevant du droit international humanitaire. Même en situation de guerre, les droits de la personne humaine doivent être préservés. Monsieur le Président, les réunions de ce Conseil doivent être tournées vers la recherche d'une solution pour les victimes de la guerre en Ukraine. Pour plus de 8 millions de réfugiés, 5 millions de déplacés internes et plus de 17 millions d'Ukrainiens ont besoin d'aide humanitaire. Des perspectives d'avenir doivent être offertes à la jeunesse ukrainienne, aux familles dispersées et aux milliers d'enfants dont la vie et la scolarité ont été bouleversées. De toute évidence, la guerre s'enlise davantage, de même que les conséquences internationales désastreuses sur l'envolée des prix des biens de consommation. Dans certains pays, on voit déjà s'élever depuis peu un vent de contestation et des mouvements d'humeur contre l'augmentation du coût de la vie et la réduction du pouvoir d'achat consécutive à une inflation galopante. Nous appelons les partis à renouveler l'initiative de la mer Noire sur l'exportation des céréales pour la durée prévue par l'accord initial et exprimons notre soutien aux facilitateurs pour leur engagement constant. Nous saluons et encourageons tous les efforts qui visent à lever tous les obstacles à la mise en œuvre pleine et entière de l'accord pour le bénéfice de toutes les parties. Nous avons pris note du récent rapport de la CNUSED et de l'évaluation de la FAO concernant notamment les exportations de céréales en direction des pays en développement et leurs effets induits sur l'indice mondial des prix des céréales. La conclusion de l'accord reste en outre un îlot d'espoir et une encre potentielle sur laquelle peuvent s'agréger des initiatives plus larges susceptibles de tracer un chemin vers la cessation des hostilités. Nous ne cessons d'exhorter l'ensemble des parties à préserver cet acquis. Monsieur le Président, je réitère le refus de mon pays de la guerre, de l'ensemble d'armes, de l'utilisation d'armes de destruction massive, du recours à toute forme de méthode de guerre destinée à répandre la peur et occasionner des souffrances inutiles aux populations civiles.
Mon pays exprime son soutien et ses encouragements au personnel humanitaire engagé dans les zones de combat et dans les pays d'accueil des réfugiés pour leur travail remarquable et leurs efforts constants pour tenter de ramener un peu d'humanité dans le quotidien de ceux qui, du fait de la guerre, ont perdu tout repère. Pour conclure, nous appelons les parties à s'engager pour la paix, par un dialogue franc et direct, à s'abstenir de recourir à des actions unilatérales susceptibles de rétrécir et d'éloigner encore plus les fenêtres de négociation. Mon pays continue de croire qu'il n'existe aucune autre issue que politique et que la cohabitation pacifique est l'objectif ultime à atteindre. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Gabon for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Mozambique. I begin by thanking ESG Griffith for his important briefing. I wish to recognize the presence in this room of the distinguished permanent representatives of Denmark, Lithuania, Ukraine, and the European Union. Distinguished council members, as we enter the second year of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the humanitarian toll keeps mounting, the prospect for peace keeps receding, and the resources needed to alleviate the human suffering keep multiplying. Mozambique strongly believes that the best and the most effective support the Council can lend to the humanitarian efforts in Ukraine is by stepping up efforts to bring this conflict to an end. Our own experience in Mozambique shows that there is no humanitarian solutions to the humanitarian problems. Only political, negotiated solutions can solve humanitarian problems. Mozambique notes, however, that notwithstanding our repeated calls for dialogue and appeals to the parties to return to the negotiating table, little or no progress has been registered in the direction of peace, nor have been heeded our repeated warnings about the increasing spillover effects of the conflict to other parts of the world, as well as the ever-present danger of strategic miscalculation. We have said that the conflict is constraining the ability of the humanitarian community to master an appropriate and rapid response to other challenges throughout the globe, be it an earthquake in Turkey or a cyclone affecting countries like Mozambique, Malawi, and Madagascar. We welcome the goodwill expressed by some members of the international community to facilitate, mediate, and promote peace initiatives with the consent of all parties and in good faith. We have argued on several occasions for the parties to seize and build upon the few signs of goodwill shown during the conflict, such as prisoner exchanges and the Black Sea Grain Initiative, to de-escalate the conflict. However, we must concede with realism that the more than 22 council meetings dedicated to Ukraine alone since 2022, the multiple warnings and offers of mediation have so far not yielded any positive and concrete momentum towards peace. Distinguished Council members, it is high time for us to redouble our efforts towards concrete and pragmatic steps to end this conflict, while incrementing the humanitarian assistance. The Black Sea Grain Initiative, aptly described by Mr. Griffith as a beacon of hope against a bleak backdrop, and in our view, a rare bright spot of multilateral diplomacy, expires tomorrow, and we hope it will extended forthwith. As the UN Secretary General stressed recently, we must do everything possible to preserve the integrity of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and ensure its continuity. This is in the interest of the Ukrainian people and of the world at large. We urge, once again, all involved parties to set aside their differences and allow the extension and possibly the indefinite rollout of this life-saving arrangement, essential for countries such as mine, who are already dealing with acute and imminent threats to food security. Mozambique believes that the unity of the Council on this issue is essential. I thank you. I now resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Under Secretary General Griffiths, I commend the Security Council for upholding multiple General Assembly resolutions on Ukraine's territorial integrity by not allowing the Russian citizen, so-called ombudsperson of a part of Ukraine's Donetsk region that Russia tried to annex, to address this body. We thank Under Secretary General Griffiths for his briefing, which highlighted once again the devastating humanitarian impact of the Russian aggression. We commend the UN efforts for a resolute humanitarian response in my country. UN-led operations provide a lifeline for millions of Ukrainians affected by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We also appreciate that the Secretary General, while visiting Kyiv on the 8th of March, clearly confirmed the UN commitment to work hard to mitigate the impacts of war until a just peace can be attained. A just peace that, according to the Secretary General, would mean that the sovereignty, independence, and integrity of Ukraine must be upheld within its recognized international borders, established at independence in 1991. Should it be a surprise that Russia responded to this visit in the same way as it did on the previous occasions when the Secretary General was in Kyiv, with missile shelling? 81 missiles of various types were launched to kill Ukrainians and to destroy civilian infrastructure immediately upon the visit of the Secretary General. It was the 15th massive missile strike since last October, when destruction of civilian infrastructure, in particular energy facilities, was publicly declared by Russia as a method of warfare. As a result of the missile terror, which peaked in the winter season, Ukraine has temporarily lost 44% of its nuclear generation, 75% of thermal power plant capacity, and 33% of combined heat and power plants. Russia, however, has failed to put Ukraine on its knees by terrorizing it with missiles, as it is also failing on the battlefield by burning more and more regular military units and Wagner mercenaries near the town of Bakhmut. This irrational enmity towards Ukraine and Ukrainians keeps the peace efforts in stalemate. Russia continues to ignore the will of the UN General Assembly, expressed in its resolution, principles of the UN Charter underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Russia rejects the peace formula plan offered by President of Ukraine, which follows the same logic as the UNGA resolution. Instead, Russia persists in its warmongering rhetoric and, through Putin's spokesperson, threatens that it will continue to achieve its goals and that, I quote, "Now it is possible only by military means," end of quote. The report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, released yesterday, provides us with a shocking record of crimes that might seem unbelievable in the 21st century. Just a few examples of the Commission's findings, and I need to remind all of us and those who listen to us that it is not the government's finding, it is the UN findings. And I quote, "Rapes were committed at gunpoint, with extreme brutality and with acts of torture, such as beatings and strangling. Perpetrators at times threatened to kill the victim or her family if she resisted. In some cases, more than one soldier raped the same victim, or rape of the same victim was committed several times. In one incident, the victim was pregnant and begged in vain the soldiers to spare her. She had a miscarriage a few days later. Perpetrators also, in some instances, executed or tortured husbands and other male relatives. Family members, including children, were sometimes forced to watch perpetrators rape their loved ones." End of quote. Among other facts established by the United Nations, I quote, "Detention, interrogation, torture, or ill treatment often preceded execution. Some victims were found with hands or feet tied. According to medical records and photographs, the most common method of killing was a gunshot to the head at close range." End of quote. Highlighting the issue of forced transfers and deportations of children, the UN Commission stated that, I quote, "The onus to trace and find parents or family members fell primarily on the children. Parents and relatives encountered considerable logistical, financial, and security challenges in retrieving their children. In some cases, it took weeks or months for families to be reunited. Witnesses told the Commission that many of the smaller children transferred have not been able to establish contact with their families and might, as a consequence, lose contact with them indefinitely." End of quote. We welcome that today the ICC issued warrants of arrest for 2 individuals who are allegedly responsible for the war crime of unlawful deportation of population, children, and that of unlawful transfer of population, children, from occupied areas of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. There are reasonable grounds to believe that these persons bear individual criminal responsibility for the aforementioned crimes. Their names are Vladimir Putin, the President of the Russian Federation, and Maria Lvova-Belova, so-called Commissioner for Children's Rights in the office of the President of the Russian Federation. This step testifies again that the process of ensuring justice is going on, and sooner or later it will end with Putin, Lvova-Belova, and other war criminals in the docks. Mr. President, Russia's war has taken a terrible human toll, leaving tens of thousands of civilians killed, injured, or maimed. The tactics of siege and scorched earth employed by Russia have resulted in the destruction of some 59,000 residential buildings, 436 hospitals, and over 2,200 educational institutions. These numbers do not include the temporarily occupied areas, in which the real level of destruction is much higher. As Russia's attacks are mounting, 17.6 million Ukrainians, or about 40% of the population, remain in dire need of humanitarian assistance. Mr. President, the increasing level of landmine contamination of Ukraine constitutes another grave threat for the people of Ukraine. The Russian war of aggression has turned Ukraine into one of the most mine-contaminated countries in the world. In total, according to the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, the territory of Ukraine that is considered to be contaminated is about 174,000 square kilometers, or 30% of the entire territory of our country. The Russian forces in Ukraine widely use anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions that they plant mines on civilians' roads, pathways, residential areas, and agricultural fields. Nearly 50,000 square kilometers of agricultural land are currently unsuitable for use due to the mines and explosive hazards or armed hostilities. Even under these extraordinary circumstances, Ukraine has fulfilled its obligations for the Grain Export Initiative, which alleviates the food crisis in the world and prevents many new crises around the world. Since August 1st last year, 814 vessels have exported 24.4 million tons of Ukrainian food from the ports of Odessa to Asia, Europe, and Africa within the framework of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This volume could have been significantly higher if it was not Russia's policy of delaying the inspection of vessels. Due to the shortage of the new fleet and the queue in the territorial waters of Turkey, the export of foodstuff by the grain corridor does not exceed 3.4 million tons per month. This is despite the ability to give the world 6 million tons of Ukrainian agricultural products. For example, only 149 inspections were carried out in February, despite there being 296 inspections planned for this month. In addition, as a result of these actions, there are constant queues of vessels, from 120 to 140 vessels, and Ukrainian ports face the problem of a shortage of new fleets for loading. Today, 86 vessels that are being sent for loading are awaiting inspection in Turkish territorial waters. The Black Sea Grain Initiative should be renewed after it expires on the 18th of March for at least 120 days, as it is foreseen, or for an unlimited period. Its coverage should be expanded to Ukrainian ports in the Mykolaiv region. Today, more than 30 countries and the EU joined the Grain from Ukraine humanitarian program launched by President Zelensky to help the poorest countries of the world with food. The program raised almost $200 million and sent more than 140,000 tons of Ukrainian grain to countries suffering from hunger. We call on all countries around the world who wish to make their contribution to global food security to join this initiative. Excellencies, yesterday Ukraine paid tribute to the victims of one of the most horrendous Russian war crimes. A year ago, Russian air bombs destroyed a theater in Mariupol, a building that was being used as a shelter and was clearly identified with the sign "Children." We still do not know the exact number of victims, and Russia did its utmost to mop up the traces of its crime as soon as Mariupol was occupied. Every day of the war, every day of the Russian presence in Ukraine multiplies the sufferings of Ukrainian people. The war must be brought to an end, followed by accountability for the aggressor. We appreciate the strong stance of the international community to strive for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace that would be based on the principles of the UN Charter. This is the approach that Ukraine is ready to implement and that all peace efforts and proposals should be based on. We urge the UN member states to contribute to the implementation of the General Assembly's resolution of 23rd February this year. This should include stepping up our pressure on the Russian Federation to give up its aggressive course. Until it happens, Ukraine will continue to defend itself, to defend the principles and the rules-based order. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Olaf Skog, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I would like to say a few words on behalf of the European Union and its member states and the candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, the potential candidate country Georgia, as well as Andorra. They align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, for over a year now, Russia has been struggling to find any justification whatsoever for its war of aggression against Ukraine. We are well aware of the toll that Russia's escalating aggression has, with daily missile strikes that are costing innocent lives of the people of Ukraine. We've just heard living examples of that from the ambassador of Ukraine and from many of you around the table. And while the world is suffering from soaring food prices, Russia's war continues to hamper efforts to export Ukrainian grains. This must end. I will emphasize 3 points in my intervention. 1, the global consequences of Russia's full-scale invasion. 2, its systematic attacks against civilians and critical infrastructure. And 3, the need for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. First, the war has disrupted agricultural production and trade and driven world food and fertilizer prices to unprecedented levels. We must all work together to address these serious consequences, and we welcome the Secretary General's engagement in this regard. We echo the plea made by 14 members around this Council this afternoon that the Black Sea Grain Initiative is renewed to provide the continuity and predictability needed by operators and to avoid discontinuation in shipments of grain to developing countries. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has been instrumental in bringing down global food prices, and it needs to run at its full potential. In addition to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, Mr. President, the EU solidarity lanes have allowed the export of more than 29 million tons of Ukraine's food and agricultural goods to the world. World Food Programme chartered vessels have transported over 480,000 metric tons of wheat through various Black Sea ports, including to Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Yemen, Somalia, and Kenya. Ukraine is also helping the ones in need despite the efforts of the war on its population. Through the Grain from Ukraine program, 175,000 metric tons of grain have been donated to countries in need. Many EU member states are proud to be part of this Ukrainian initiative. So let's be absolutely clear that it's Russia's war that has rocked the markets. Russia's fertilizer exports are exempt from EU sanctions. UN data clearly demonstrate that total export of Russian fertilizers to developing countries remained stable in volume in 2022 compared with previous years. Moreover, Russian revenue from fertilizer exports jumped by 70% in the first 10 months of last year compared to the same period in 2021, according to data from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Russia conveniently omits to mention its own export taxes and quota on both cereals and fertilizers. These lead to artificial increases in global prices and the profits of Russian companies at the expense of those most in need. Mr. President, at a time of unprecedented humanitarian needs, the EU not only supports Ukrainians but remains collectively among the largest donors of humanitarian aid globally. We're grateful to all countries who are generously supporting those in need in Ukraine and elsewhere, and we encourage all to step up their assistance in line with OCHA's appeal for aid for this year. I want to make one thing absolutely clear here. The EU humanitarian funding allocated to Ukraine does not come at the expense of other humanitarian needs worldwide. And they have been eloquently described by Martin Griffiths earlier today, and I want to state that EU remains consistently at the forefront of those needs. Second, Mr. President, yesterday the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry set up by the Human Rights Council concluded, as we've heard, that Russia has committed numerous violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, in addition to a wide range of war crimes. The findings are shocking, including sexual violence, forced deportations, torture, and other forms of inhumane and degrading treatment as a tactic of war. We've heard of the cases of rape just now. We continue to be appalled by Russia's continued systematic and indiscriminate attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure, and we condemn them in the strongest possible terms. Russia's shelling is killing civilians and depriving them of electricity, heating, and water during winter. The accumulated damage to the energy system and the consequent difficulties in accessing electricity and heating services are exacerbating the humanitarian situation. Mr. President, many of Ukraine's cities have been bombarded into ruins. And we just heard the Russian ambassador say that they use only high-precision weaponry. Now, this would seem like a confession that that destruction is intentional and deliberate. We welcome that following the General Assembly's adoption of the resolution on the registry of damage, all such acts committed by Russia in Ukraine will be thoroughly registered. We're also extremely concerned by the Russian offensive against Bakhmut. We note that this military operation is led by the infamous Wagner Group, known for its abuses and serious violations of human rights and humanitarian law, not just in Ukraine. We recall once again the importance of upholding human rights and international humanitarian law, and that all commanders, perpetrators, and accomplices of war crimes and other most serious crimes committed in connection with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine are held to account. Russia must also enable safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access into the temporarily occupied territories through the front lines. On March 9th, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was again cut off from Ukraine's power grid for several hours, and cooling depended solely on diesel generators. This was the 6th time since the start of the war. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency issued a warning about safety and security at the plant. This is extremely worrying for all of us. The EU fully supports the UN's work to assist Ukraine in ensuring nuclear safety and security and to maintain the implementation of the safeguards pursuant to Ukraine's obligations. Finally, Mr. President, colleagues, we reiterate our call for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in line with the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the 23rd of February, with support of an overwhelming majority of UN member states. We express our support for the peace formula of President Zelensky, and we reaffirm our commitment to work actively with Ukraine on the 10-point peace plan. It's clear that the large majority of the UN membership, including the members of this Council, remain committed to peace in line with the UN Charter. But while the General Assembly once again called for a peaceful, long-term solution based on the UN Charter and the respect of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Russia continues, as in actually stepping up its offensive. We reiterate our call on Russia to immediately cease all hostilities and unconditionally, completely, and immediately withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. While Russia's war lasts, the European Union will remain steadfast in our support to the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Skog for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Mr. President, I thank Under-Secretary General Griffiths for his briefing. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and of course my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, allow me first to express our condolences for the devastation caused by Cyclone Freddy to those affected in Mozambique, as well as in Malawi and Madagascar. We stand with you in solidarity, as we stand with the people of Ukraine. Mr. President, last month an overwhelming majority of member states from all regions of the world adopted a resolution for peace in Ukraine, and once again demanded that Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw from the territory of Ukraine. The General Assembly underscored the need to reach, as soon as possible, a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in line with the principles of the UN Charter. And we reaffirmed our commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. President, the Nordics would like to highlight the following 3 areas of concern. First, the disruptive global consequences of Russia's war of aggression and the importance of the continuation of the Black Sea Grain Initiative for global food security. Second, Russia's ongoing violations of international law and the obligation to provide full, safe, and unhindered access for humanitarian access. And 3, the impacts of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. Russia's illegal invasion has not only had shattering consequences for the people of Ukraine, it has also worsened the humanitarian situation globally. Russia's war of aggression has hampered Ukraine's ability to produce and export grain and other agricultural products that are much needed in communities around the world. We, the Nordics, are determined to be at the forefront of mitigating the disruptive global consequences of the war. We have continued our efforts to assist where the needs are greatest. This includes countries in Africa, where existing food insecurity has been made worse by the decline in export from Ukraine. The continuation of the Black Sea Grain Initiative is imperative to mitigating the food insecurity caused by Russia's war against Ukraine, especially in developing countries. The initiative has ensured exports of more than 24 million tons of grain and other foodstuff from Ukraine since August last year. It has helped stabilize global food markets and food prices, and it has ensured delivery of food to countries in need. We urge Russia to be part of a solution to ensure a 120-day rollover of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in line with the Istanbul Agreement. In Ukraine, the violence and destruction shows no sign of abating. Russia has resumed its deadly and destructive missile attacks. The latest report by the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, published yesterday, concludes that Russia has committed numerous violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, in addition to a wide range of war crimes. The findings are shocking, including sexual violence, torture, as well as the forced transfer and deportation of children from Ukraine and their illegal adoptions in Russia. Such acts are a violation of international humanitarian law and may amount to war crimes. The Commission has further documented indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks in populated areas, causing excessive suffering and harm to civilians and civilian objects, including hospitals and schools. Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure, including the systematic targeting of energy-related infrastructure, may amount to crimes against humanity. And this is real. And for instance, it means that pregnant women are denied prenatal care and forced to give birth under dangerous circumstances. We call on all parties to protect healthcare and the provision of reproductive health services, not only in accordance with international humanitarian law, but as a basic human right. The need to ensure protection for all civilians is a key humanitarian prerogative. However, Russia continues to violate our agreed norms and rules of armed conflict. We call on all parties to comply with their obligations under international law and to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, as well as to enable full, safe, and unhindered access for humanitarian actors. Lastly, Mr. President, we'd like to draw attention to the alarming reports of sexual and gender-based violence in Ukraine. The violence is perpetrated overwhelmingly by Russian military personnel on Ukrainian women, girls, men, and boys. Conflict-related sexual violence is a clear violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law and may constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. Mr. President, we must listen to the survivors of violence, and they demand justice, but also dignity and support to continue their lives. Investing in the mental health and psychosocial well-being of survivors is not only an investment in their recovery, but also an investment in sustainable peace and national resilience. Mr. President, to conclude, let me state, the Nordics will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people. And we commend Ukraine's initiative for a just peace, and we support the various initiatives established to secure accountability for atrocity crimes committed in Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for his statement on behalf of the Nordic countries, and in my capacity as representative of Mozambique, I also wish to thank you for the expression of solidarity towards the people of Mozambique, Malawi, and Madagascar. I now give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Mr. President, I'm speaking on behalf of the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, and my own country, Lithuania. I also thank the Undersecretary General, Martin Griffiths, for his briefing. Mr. President, for more than a year, Russia has pursued its war of aggression against Ukraine. Thousands of civilians have been killed and injured, millions forced from their homes, their jobs and livelihoods destroyed, with many left struggling to access food, water, healthcare, education, and a safe place to live. The humanitarian toll of Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine continues to mount. The situation in Ukraine remains a massive humanitarian crisis, with almost 18 million of people in need of humanitarian aid. Nearly 6 million are internally displaced, forced to flee their homes in search of safety and shelter. 8 million people have sought refuge in Europe and other countries. Mr. President, we have seen day after day cynical disregard by the Russian Federation of international humanitarian law. Russian missiles and drones destroy Ukrainian cities and infrastructure, kill and injure civilians, damage roads, homes, schools, medical facilities, farmland, and power systems. Attacks on energy infrastructure in the depths of winter cause an energy crisis, testing the entire country's resilience and deepening the humanitarian crisis. According to the World Health Organization, a staggering amount, 859 attacks on healthcare facilities have been reported since February 24, 2022. The war has severely impacted children, with massive destruction of schools and displacement imposing immense challenges to the educational system. It is estimated that since the outbreak of the war, Russia has deported thousands of children from the newly occupied Ukrainian territories. Credible reports have shown that this operation is centrally coordinated by the Russia's federal government in an effort to erase Ukraine's identity and future. The UN Human Rights Commission's report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, released on March 15, 2023, has concluded, and I quote, that Russian authorities have committed unlawful transfers and deportations of civilians and of other protected persons within Ukraine onto the Russian Federation amounts to a war crime. End of quote. It is a plain violation of the Genocide Convention. In this regard, we also welcome the warrants of arrest issued today by the ICC for Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova for the war crimes of unlawfully deportation of children and unlawful transfer of children from Ukraine to Russia. Russia must return these children to the parents and guardians, provide registration lists of the children it has removed, and allow independent observers to access facilities within Russian-controlled or occupied areas of Ukraine and in Russia. As Ukraine continues to defend itself against this aggression, it is important to remember what Russia's occupation of parts of Ukraine means for the people. Filtration operations, summary executions and torture, rape and other forms of sexual and gender-based violence. Russia's war has also greatly exacerbated the global food security crisis. We support the grain from Ukraine and the Black Sea Grain Initiative, as well as EU solidarity lanes that help reduce the global cost of food and provide food supplies to the most vulnerable populations. Russia must allow the unrestricted movement of grain from Ukraine ports and extend the Black Sea Grain Initiative beyond March 18th. The international community came up with much needed aid, with UN agencies and local and international civil society organizations working tirelessly to ease the suffering of Ukrainian people. Humanitarian aid must reach those in need safely without the impediments. Providing support for Ukraine is at the heart of our foreign policy. The Baltic states, together with Poland, make up the top 4 donors of bilateral aid to Ukraine as the percentage of our GDP. We are proud to be among the first to provide military assistance, grant protection to nearly 200,000 Ukrainian refugees, and give humanitarian relief. Behind these efforts are private citizens and businesses who have been welcoming Ukrainians into their own homes and donating millions of euros to support Ukraine's armed forces. Mr. President, we fully support President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan and Ukraine's efforts to secure a just and sustainable peace in line with the UN Charter, international law, and the General Assembly's resolution. Until then, we stand with Ukraine as it exercises its inherent right to self-defense against Russia's war of aggression in accordance with international law, notably Article 51 of the UN Charter, and will continue doing so for as long as it takes. Russia must end the war by fully withdrawing its forces from all occupied territories of Ukraine. It is the most effective way to end the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. There must also be full accountability for the perpetrators. The International Criminal Court, regional bodies, and individual states must prosecute those responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crimes of the genocide in Ukraine. Today's arrest warrants issued by the ICC represents a powerful first step in this direction. An international special tribunal should be created to prosecute the crime of aggression. Lastly, we should explore all legal means to ensure that Russian assets are used to compensate for all material and moral damage caused by aggression. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for their statement on behalf of the Baltic states. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.